never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Somebody say, let's get this party started. Get the show on the road. Here we go, right back at it. Another day in the books. We'll be rolling into a Wednesday. Just await that call. Hey, Mike. Yeah, hump day, here we come. 21st day of July, that's what we'll be working our way into, time zone to time zone. From the East Coast to the West. All right, so midweek already. How about that? Hope your week's going well. Now you had a little reprieve in the rainy weather in the Northeast. To start the week, it's got to come to an end for some. Yeah, a lot of rain and even some heavy pockets of rain tonight. Soggy travels from, just north and west of Scranton, PA. You get into some of the heavier rains, stretching from Binghamton, New York to Albany, New York. Now, maybe some gusty winds up towards Concord, New Hampshire. Rains pushing on up into Maine. That's the region of the country where you've got the potential for some strong straight line winds. Forecasters warned this past day that what you're looking at is actually some relief from the heat and the humidity in the Northeast. Flooding issues that's accompanied this wet pattern in the Northeast since last week. That's going to come at a price in the coming days. Drier air will arrive, but the exchange of the air masses triggering some stronger storms, maybe some strong wind gusts for parts of the Northeast. Yeah, this weather pattern is a quick shot of moisture arrives. In general, the pattern's going to be changing up as the week progresses here. A northwest flow of drier air will eventually prevail. rather than the setup that the region's been stuck in, with a constant flow of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, high humidity, lots of fuel for slow-moving storms. Philadelphia, you're one of those areas that's had repeated flooding downpours. A month's worth of rain fell in one day, flash flooding. Last week, you had a flash flooding emergency there. On top of the flooding concerns, humidity levels were very much like the tropics across a wide portion of the mid-Atlantic. Storms may still erupt as that cold front passes through the region occasionally, but the storms, not as intense or are prone to linger and repeat for hours on end as this weather pattern begins to change. The setup through the day today for Wednesday will allow a cool front to drop southeastward out of Canada through the northeastern states. Showers and some gusty thunderstorms pivoting southeastward from southeastern Ontario and southern Quebec into upstate New York, northwestern New England. That's the area of precip we were talking about tonight. So for some areas, the rainy weather is going to be ending as we make our way into the early hours of Wednesday. We did have numerous trees and power lines reported down with some of these strong winds this past day. We had some winds roughly 50 miles per hour, some of the reports from the National Weather Service there. About 30,000 customers lost power to this past evening across New York and Vermont. A few of the counties in northern and central New York, like Franklin, St. Lawrence County, Herkimer County, saw some of the highest number of power outages as those storms ripped through that area. The northern tier areas, you can handle more rain because you've seen some pretty long-term dry conditions compared to areas further south where the ground is pretty much saturated. Now, even though the storms are going to tend to move along, carry the risk of some strong wind gusts, maybe even some small hail, the more far-reaching concern is going to be the heavy rainfall. May not take much more than an inch of rain in an hour's time to trigger some flash flooding in some of those saturated areas. All right, the storms here midweek hitting some of the heavy populated and travel zones along the I-95 corridor from Maine all the way down to maybe New Jersey and westward across southern Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, northern West Virginia later this afternoon and evening. Further west, storms are still going to be erupting along that frontal zone, maybe back into parts of southern Ohio, central and southern Indiana. As the case is tonight, the ground over much of that region is fairly moist, saturated. The type of rain seems unlikely to be producing enough rain for flooding, but you could see some downpours in some of the urban areas, the major urban areas. Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, those are areas where more concern for flash flooding. But in the wake of that front today, humidity levels by Thursday, you're going to notice a big difference. Temperatures will be trimmed a bit, especially during the overnight hours. The northern tier near the coast over the central Appalachians and part of the Ohio Valley. Well, before the end of the week, people may be able to turn off the fans and air conditioners, let some cool, fresh air in during the overnight hours. Lows by Wednesday night are forecast to range from the upper 40s over the mountains, upper 60s around New York City, maybe about 70 in Washington, D.C. And adding to the relief is undoubtedly going to be that drop in the humidity levels. So there you go. Meanwhile, out west, the North American monsoon's been firing on all cylinders since the beginning, the middle of June, and daily downpours will continue for the foreseeable future across the Southwest, bringing some much-needed rainfall, but also the risk of flash flooding. A steady stream of moisture continues to flow in. The largest concentration of showers and thunderstorms continues to persist over the Four Corners states, literally from now into the weekend, they tell us. Rainfall of any kind is essential for the severely dry Southwest. Forecasters say there could be too much of a good thing. Scenes of flash flooding last week in parts of the Southwest are going to persist through this week as the general atmospheric pattern's not really going to change. When rainfall rates reach some of those intense levels, doesn't have an opportunity to soak in the ground, especially if the soil's very dry, and that results in dangerous flash flooding. Mudslides are possible in areas of steep terrain. Monday, Caltrans crews had to close a section of State Route 168 in the Sierra Nevada, working to clean up 3 separate mudslides there. That has since reopened. As the most persistent rain continues to target the Four Corners region, some spotty thunderstorms are also possible further north across the interior west. Not expected to produce as much rainfall in those areas, though. Waves of energy high in the atmosphere can spread some isolated thunderstorms northward into Nevada, eastern Oregon, maybe Idaho and Montana through midweek here. That may be problematic because it will pose the risk of dry lightning strikes, more wildfires, in other words. Above normal rainfall totals will continue to grow in the southwest, though, as the monsoon surge continues. For example, Cedar City, Utah has picked up 1.5 inches of rain from July 1 to July 19th. And normally less than 1/2 of an inch is more typical during that time frame. El Paso, Texas, you've been exceptionally wet as well, picking up nearly 4.5 inches of rain so far this month. That's like 500% of your month-to-date average. Forecasters are expecting another surge in shower and thunderstorm activity attributed to the monsoon starting late this week, lasting on into the weekend. At this point in time, looks like Arizona going to be in the bullseye for the most persistent downpours and the heaviest rainfall. From southeastern Arizona, parts of southwestern New Mexico, maybe to northwestern Arizona. Forecasters say a general 2 to 4 inches of rain forecast from Thursday afternoon through Saturday. Now, over that 3-day period, we could actually see some storm max totals approaching 8 inches of rain in some of those most persistent downpours. At this level, the rain might not only be very beneficial, but could lead to some major flash flooding. As a storm develops in the mid-levels of the atmosphere and begins to wander westward, it's possible for another surge of moisture to reach maybe portions of Southern California over the weekend and into early next week. Still a little bit too early to say with any certainty about the western scope of shower and thunderstorm activity, but areas where they really could desperately use some rainfall. Meanwhile, the wildfires out west. I saw a headline, AccuWeather was explaining the big blaze is the one they're calling the bootleg fire. And this fire is actually generating its own weather, if you could imagine. Since the fire took hold on July the 6th there in southern Oregon, more than 388,000 acres have now burned. Still unknown at this point how that blaze got started. But after 2 weeks feeding off the parched landscape, it has become the largest wildfire to burn in the West this year. Thousands of residents forced from their homes, threatening many more. At least 2,000 homes have been evacuated so far. Another 5,000 are threatened by this blaze, according to the Associated Press. While crews are doing what they can to contain the flames, the fire is fighting back. The fire is so large and generating so much energy that the heat, that it's changing the weather, according to the Forest Service there. Normally, the weather predicts what the fire is going to do. In this case, the fire is predicting what the weather's going to do. How does a wildfire change the weather? Well, for one, in part, it creates its own clouds. A cumulus cloud is formed as a result of a process that begins with the sun warming up the air that sits closest to the ground. The air then rises until it becomes saturated thousands of feet above the ground, forming those large cotton ball-like clouds. A pyrocumulus cloud is formed through a similar process, but with the fire added into the mix. Pyrocumulus cloud, similar to a cumulus cloud, but it's formed through large amounts of smoke from the nearby wildfires. As a wildfire quickly heats the air near the ground, that thick, smoky air rapidly surges up into the sky. The result is a pyrocumulus cloud, or a fire cloud. Unfortunately, as long as a wildfire continues to burn at the surface, that cloud will only grow larger and larger over time. And they actually get to the point where they create towering thunderheads, bringing strong winds and actually even generating some lightning, which that is bad news for the crews trying to contain the fire. It becomes a vicious cycle. As the wildfire burns, it creates a thunderstorm, which eventually leads to windy conditions at the surface, allowing the fire to grow even larger. And that added fuel can often hamper the efforts of firefighters to quell the flames. You know, the Klamath National Forest on the California side of the state's border with Oregon, Forest Service actually caught a video earlier here in July of what they call a fire tornado. The tenant fire that was raging there fueled an actual twister. Video of that is astounding to see. Flames, a fire tornado. All right, there's some of your weather around the country, what we're looking at as we head on into a Wednesday here. Let's flip on over, see who's checking in this morning. Brian checking in first out of the box. Let's roll. Good morning. Pappy's sitting out on the back deck. A beautiful night, 75 degrees, looking up at the golden-colored moon, a clear gold moon. Hank checking in once again. Scott checks in from Steubenville, Ohio. Morning from Central Florida. Richard, hey there. 72 degrees. Wishing Steve a fine day. Thank you very much. Good morning from Noblesville, Indiana. Sean Johns checking in. Sylvester joins us first once again. He says, Richard, you just had to be first, right? Let's see. Morning from Pottery Addition, Ohio. Pottery Addition. Okay, it's kind of a new one on me. Captain Ron with us. There's Big Ed. Hello. Good morning, Big Ed. I think he's actually on the line, isn't he? He is. I told everybody he was going to check in last night, and you made a liar out of me, Ed. You didn't get with us last night, but good to have you with us. What's going on?
Well, I appreciate it, Steve. I'm sorry. I actually, the other morning when I called you, I'd got up at 2:30 in the morning, and so I was kind of out of my body clock element. And time I got done yesterday and pulled over about 5 o'clock yesterday evening, had about a supper, and I went to bed, and I died. Or I guess I died, but I went to sleep.
Right.
Slept all night. Boy, it's sure good to hear that pretty voice of Always Moving. Of course, I've listened to the playback all day long.
Yeah.
Man, what a show you had last night.
Was that a barn burner or what?
That was a barn burner. And I'll tell you, the other morning when I was on the hold, you had a Steve. Steve, was he from Michigan? Or he lives in Tennessee now.
Yeah, he lives in Tennessee now, yeah.
And I couldn't understand, well, what in the world did I miss? And so let me go back a little just a bit. The caller before him, and I'm sorry I didn't get his name, and he was talking about he had heart valve issues and trying to decide, was it good to take the shot or was it not good to take the shot? But I'll get back to that. But Steve, in defense of Neighbor Dave, Neighbor Dave is a very patriotic individual. And I went back and listened to Neighbor Dave's call, and I was kind of, boy, it was pretty stout. with the name calling he was doing to Steve. And Steve said a few things that was, Steve's very patriotic, but the things that he brings up, I don't feel like he's trying to shove down anybody's throat. Anything that's brought up on here is debatable.
Sure.
Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
And that's the best way we get information. And that's what I love about your show so much, is an opinion that can be debated. And you got people out there listening, and they like a good debate, but when you go to bringing up opinions or reasonings, you try to have facts behind what you're saying. Now, I don't have to be numbered facts. It's got to be facts that make sense. And a lot of what Steve brings up, it makes a whole lot of sense. But at the same time, what neighbor Dave was trying to say made a whole lot of sense too. So if I'm trying to figure out who's right and wrong, I want to hear the debate of the various talking points. But the name calling, that's just going above and beyond. It don't need to be that way. Then you, like I say, you lose your argument. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah, and then several people had said pretty much the same thing, that try to just stick to the facts.
Neighbor Dave is just because he supports these various sports organizations. He brought out some good points as to why he does it, and but you cannot question his patriotism. And I think when you listen to the way Steve's talking, he's coming across like, well, you're not very patriotic if you're supporting these, like NFL, the guys taking a knee, and so. But anyway, I would like to chime in on some of this COVID, if you will let me.
Okay, well, tell you what, can I put you on hold, which I'm going to do it anyway. Can I? Yeah, because let me get our quick break in here. Don't want to get too far behind. Get on and keep on schedule. Back in 2. We're underway on a Wednesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I got an email from Mike last evening. I forgot to give back an address that he was asking, when are they going to turn the lights out on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page? Because we've been streaming on the YouTube page. They took it off the Facebook several months ago. But yeah, they mentioned if you haven't made the transition, if you watch via YouTube, make the transition over to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive YouTube page versus the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, because they're going to stop streaming it there. They didn't give me a hard date. I thought by now they would have already had it down, but apparently it's still running. I guess it was last evening anyway. So yeah, make that transition soon. Obviously, an overwhelming majority are listening on the smartphone, the apps, be it the iPhone or the Android phone. If you haven't made that transition, you can do that. That's very easy to do. Just go to your respective app store and you type in overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll see a free app that way. Every night at the midnight hour, when we start streaming, you'll get a notification, a little bell ring on your phone to say, hey, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive is now live. Push one button, and then you can listen in. All right, good to have you with us. Let me get back to Big Ed, into the whole COVID territory.
Right. Well, the gentleman that called in that night, or right there at the end of your show, was talking about he had heart valve trouble. Is the shot going to be good for him, or is it going to be a negative effect?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the way I understood him?
Yep, but
and that's why I had called in.
And he's trying to listen to other drivers. He was asking for input, what other drivers think. If you have opted to get the shot, why did you? Did you have any negative side effects? I think you did opt to get it, didn't you?
Right, and that's what propelled me to call in, because. And some of these other guys, even though they mean well in debating their issues, Grump hit it out of the ballpark. If you would have listened to what Grump said last night, now he was coming from different directions. But Grump, if that gentleman heard Grump last night, he clearly stated this is why he did it, and he's the leader of his family. And his wife and son, to my understanding, are having issues with their heart.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct?
That is 100% correct.
So the right now, that only what we do know is COVID will put you in your grave, and you're either going to go completely into that grave and get covered with dirt, or you're going to fight and come out of it. And those that do fight can come out of it. Hell, it probably takes them a year to recover from it. That's what we do know. That's a fact. Everybody that gets it, I've known several people that's gotten it, the COVID, and they live. And you can ask them, what was it like? And they'll say you don't want to get it. They don't want to get it again. And I've known several people that I knew that was friends that passed away,
Mm-hmm.
that they got COVID. Now, one of them had an underlying condition. Another one didn't have no underlying condition. So we know that if all we got is this recommended shot. Me being a diabetic, Steve, I'm fighting the throes of diabetes. I've started a new pill, and I'm going to read to you what it says, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is a new pill, all right? Come September, I'm going back into the doctor, get an average taken, and to see if this pill is doing what it's supposed to be doing as far as keeping my blood sugar in control. Because if it's not, hey, I got to get out of this truck. Because that's the one thing all truck drivers, or a majority of them, have in common. It's overweight, or not eating right, or not getting enough exercise, and therefore coming down with diabetes. Am I correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's one of the biggest health issues we as truck drivers face out here. And as good as the money is, it's not worth me starting to losing my limbs due to diabetes or heart disease from diabetes or strokes from diabetes. But here's this new pill I'm taking. It says, tell your healthcare provider if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, hoarseness, trouble swallowing, or shortness of breath. These may be symptoms of thyroid cancer. In studies with rodents, and medicines that work like Ribulus cause thyroid tumors, including thyroid cancer in rodents. It is not known if Ribulus will cause thyroid tumors or a type of thyroid cancer called medullary thyroid carcinoma in people. It's not known. There's no guarantee. There's nothing that's guaranteed. All medicines. And no name Eagle, I hate to break your heart, pal, but you're a lab rat just like everybody else. We're all lab rats. You go on a medication, you don't know the side effects you're going to have from it. The most common side effects of the new pill I'm taking may include nausea, stomach pain, diarrhea, and trust me, when you first start this medicine, you better be close to a pot. That's true. Decreased appetite, which it has decreased my appetite. Vomiting and constipation. But nausea, vomiting, diarrhea are the most common when starting this medication. So the argument that this shot, we don't know the side effects of what it's going to cause or what it's going to do to us down the future. Well, I know what diabetes is going to do to me down the future if I don't get this thing in control. I'm going to start losing my limbs, and eventually it's going to take my life, Steve. In my family, my life expectancy ain't much past 71 years old, 72. Maybe I'll be lucky if I hit 75. But I have lost several family members from the throes of diabetes. The youngest was 59. That was my brother from diabetes. My brother is a doctor, and he's a damn doctor. Just got his toe cut off from lack of circulation in his foot from diabetes. My mother had her leg cut off. But the diabetes, that was what caused it. But she also ended up having heart issues because of diabetes. Now, my thing is, I took the shot because right now that's the only thing the government, based on studies over the years of these various COVID viruses, yeah, maybe they didn't sit here and do a 10-year study, but they've had, like Grump said, they had studies from the past, and they throw this all together and say, okay, this worked, and this is what we're going to come up with to try to fight this. The medical establishment, not the government, but the medical establishment. They have reasonings for that. What's the best thing for the population mass? So is it a conspiracy that they're trying to kill all of us? Because I hear that quite a bit too. Oh, it's a conspiracy. They're trying to kill all of us.
I don't
trying
think
to eliminate some of the population.
Nah, it's not this grand conspiracy to kill off the elderly or kill off whatever. And yeah, the Great Reset, I think, is what some people say. But it is, like you said, everyone that's out there pretty much is kind of like, you're part of the big test right now. And, they'll be gathering data for years and years to come. But you're right about other medications. I mean, I take blood pressure medication and, I'll sit down and watch the evening news. Yeah, most of the time, every commercial that comes on is for a different type of drug. But they always have to list. They have to tell you what the potential side effects are. It's going to be this and that, like you said, vomiting, diarrhea, nausea, possibly death. It's any of them, I guess. Everybody reacts different to every drug, and some of them, any of them, could potentially kill you. But I got to get my news break here, so we'll take care of that. Come back. We'll pick up right there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A major hospital system in Texas has reported their first confirmed case of the Lambda variant of the coronavirus. Houston Methodist hospitals say they've identified a patient with the strain, first identified in Peru last August. The variant has spread to at least 29 other countries, mostly in South and Central America. So far, about 700 cases of the variant have been identified in the U.S. Houston Methodist's announcement coming as the area deals with a spike in cases attributed to the highly transmissible Delta variant. And the government of Haiti has chosen a new prime minister following the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. Neurosurgeon Ariel Henry was appointed by Moïse for the position just days before his killing. Henry's ascension to the position comes after acting Prime Minister Claude Joseph stepped down to allow Henry to take the role. Joseph will resume in his previous capacity as defense minister. Reuters reporting that Henry used his inaugural address Tuesday to call for unity and stability for the Haitian people. This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. 5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, right back into it. All right, thanks. Let me get back and finish up with Big Ed. Appreciate you dialing us up this morning, Ed.
I appreciate you putting me on. Just hang with me, because let's go back to the early 2000s when we first met. I think I was tipping the scale at 400 pounds. I know. Well, I know I was. You remember me being that big?
You were Big Ed, yes.
Yes, I was 400 pounds. Yeah, the highest I got was actually 425 pounds. Now I maintain a weight of 250. Why? What helped me? What helped me get to that point? I got the lap band surgery done. My diabetic, that's when I become a full-blown diabetic. I was road trucking, got out here, and buddy, I ballooned out. By getting that lap band surgery, it flat give me my life back. And I'm talking about, man, my blood sugar was running 300, the high as 400. I was flat dying on the vine. So I get the lap band surgery. This was just right there in about my early 40s. Once I got my lap band surgery where I could control my diet, my blood sugar got in control, and the lowest I'd dropped down to was 225 pounds. And my history, since I become diabetic, was checking my blood sugar in the mornings. It would run in the high 80s, 90s. Okay. As I've aged, I don't eat a lot. My diet's still the same. Right now, I just maintain a 250-pound weight with my diet. As I've aged, my blood sugar count in the mornings have slowly increased. No matter what kind of meds I was taking, Steve, it has slowly increased. It went from 80s, 90s to about 105, 110. And until I come out here almost a year ago, it maintained at 125 in the morning. Acceptable levels. My A1C was acceptable level. I think it's DOT it's got to be below 7%. Mine is now hitting a scale of 10%. Since I've come out here, I went from 125. There's times I woke up and my blood sugar was at 270.
Wow.
And I ain't eating a damn bit of difference. The only thing that I'm not doing is getting the exercise, along with me increasing on my age. Sitting in this truck all day. Now, people say, well, get out and walk every day. I'm sorry, but I don't care who you are. You're not going to get the required exercise that you need to fight this damn disease by just getting out and walking one time of an evening. Because who can drive all day long running 600 miles and feel like getting out and walking a mile or 2 miles? I damn sure don't. So I've got to either use medicines to get this in control and get it back. And this new medicine I'm on has dropped me back from 270 to now I wake up at 150. Well, the doctor will tell me that's acceptable, but it's not acceptable to me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I know that I need that exercise, I love driving. So come September, October, I'm probably going to get out of the truck. and I will go find me a job where I'm working because I like living. And I damn sure ain't ready to start losing my limbs. Even though this new med that I'm on is going to help drive it back. But you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
It's a continuous battle, no matter if I'm taking medicine or not. What it is, it's a preventive. All medicine is a preventive defense against any disease that you might be fighting. Just like this COVID shot. All it's designed for is a preventive defense mechanism that if you get the COVID, and I can get it, it's going to lessen the adverse effects, prayerfully, like Trump said, against my diabetes. That's it. But there's no guarantee that that's going to do that. But it gives me that defense wall while I'm still fighting my diabetes. Am I making sense?
Sure. It makes perfect sense. I mean, and that is the ultimate goal of the vaccine. It's not going to prevent you from getting the COVID, but it's supposed to dramatically reduce your risk of death.
Bingo. But because right now we know I'm fighting diabetes, Steve, and so you throw COVID on top of that, and boy, it's going to slap me into the grave, and either it's going to get dirt thrown on top of me, or my health that I've got left, I'm going to be able to fight my way through it due to the fact that I got the shot. That's what it's supposed to be designed to do. Now, I know a lady that's turning 90 at the end of the month. She got the COVID shot. I know a lady that's turning 96 in a couple of months. She got the COVID shot. Now, if our government was hell-bent on getting rid of the elderly, why would they give these older people the shot? There's not a conspiracy out here, Steve. It's not a conspiracy. And no, nobody knows. I just read the side effects of this med that I'm on. Nobody knows what it's going to do to you. No medicine. I had took the doctor put me on a pill for my blood pressure. 30 days later, my joints, my elbows, my knees, my wrists, my fingers, boy, they were just killing me. And I thought, what in the world did I do that changed this caused this? Because I knew I wasn't getting arthritis. Well, went to study, and it was that new pill. Boom, I quit taking it. Boom, stopped all the pain and misery. But that shot, since I've taken it, I ain't had no adverse side effects. Now, Horse Feather brought up a good point. Young people, if they get the shot, they might want to think about, having kids, because I can understand that because they haven't got the complete study done over this.
Yeah.
What could happen in the future to their, will it be some type of a DNA altering situation that cannot be reversed?
And you mentioned that, and oddly enough, Big Moose just sent me a message. He said, hey, Big Ed, diabetes medicine doesn't mess with your DNA. And I guess that's the whole thing with these mRNA vaccines. It's new technology. Even the developer, the guy that invented the vaccine, said, hey, this is new stuff.
I disagree with Moose. I disagree with Moose on that. Because let's say I quit taking this and I start coming down with some type of a cancer. It's not in my DNA to have cancer. Is that not altering your DNA? Once you get cancer.
Yeah, I mean,
am I correct?
Well, yeah, I guess technically I'm not a doctor. I'm not sure. I mean, all I know is the mRNA is new technology, and it's uncharted territory. So. But
right, but what other alternative do you have out there? So, and the gentleman that's having the heart valve issue, that's why I took the shot, to give myself an extra defense against the COVID, and it's not guaranteed. But I like my chances better than somebody that hasn't got that shot.
Okay.
I really do. So, Steve, there's more I'd like to say. Right quick. Look at Moose. Do you think Moose is obese? I don't think Moose is obese. He's a big man.
Right.
That's his bone structure. That's his structure. In my opinion, he's not obese. But I have seen guys out here and women. My God, they was obese, and I'm thinking, how in the hell are you walking? That's unhealthy. So I'm thinking, God, if I'm a diabetic, they got to be diabetic. I don't even know if Moose is diabetic. He may not be. But when I see those people that I know that are obese, I'm thinking, good grief, you got to be diabetic, because that's one of the that brings on diabetes is consistently being obese. That's to my understanding. So it's all a crapshoot, but we're all lab rats, whether we like it or not. Eagle, I'm sorry that you're a lab rat too. So welcome to the club. You may not like to think you are, but you are. I don't know if I helped the discussion, but that's my 2 cents on it, Steve.
I appreciate it. Like the long story short, everybody's making a choice, right? You're making a choice. Grump made a choice.
Right.
Eagle's making a choice. I'm making a choice. There you go. Thank you so much, Big Ed. Quick timeout. We return in 2. Always Moving is on the line. Hang in there, Big Ed. You wanted to hear that voice, didn't you? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Big Moose said, I'm not a lab rat. I'm more like a lab possum. Let's see here. Back to the phones here. Morning, Always Moving. Hey there.
Good morning. That's I like Big Moose. That's a good comment. Hey, the moon is gorgeous again tonight.
Yes.
Out there. But I want to congratulate Big Ed for the tremendous weight loss and also for sharing a lot of personal health information. That was very nice of him to do. And I also have a little different take on another way that I looked at the vaccine, one that I've not heard anyone else talk about, and this is honest to God truth. Before getting the vaccine, I was, super, super skeptical. And I have a cousin that was a bigwig with Eli Lilly, and he was all for it and blah, blah, blah. And anyway, on the radio, I had heard that UC was looking for volunteers for the study for the vaccine. And I thought a lot about it. And I'm 62 and a half. I'm in overall excellent health. But I am falling in that age bracket just by age. And I thought, you know what? I did not serve in the military. And if this is my contribution, then so be it. And part of that is, it's not like I'm 20 trying to have a family, blah, 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 a whole life ahead of you. 62 and a half, got a lot of years left of me, I hope. But you get to a certain point and you start realizing where you are on the scale of years. And so I thought, well, somebody's got to do it. Somebody has to step up and say, I'll try it. And so I signed up for the University of Cincinnati trials, and you fill out a lot of forms online, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, they told me I was not selected, but they wanted to know if they could contact me again. They did reach out a second time for something else. I submitted for that one. I also applied for a study at OSU and Ohio State University and was not taken in for that one either. But I applied, I tried. And then, listening to all the pros and cons on the vaccine, and I again thought, I just wasn't sure what to go, but I was so sick of the mask mandate that I thought I just can't take it. It's too confining. Where I work, I have to wear a mask, and I'm in there 44 hours a week and 42 hours a week. And I couldn't stand that. And then when you went to the stores, you had to wear a mask. And I thought, if I can do this and get out of the mask, I will do it. But I also did it because I was thinking, it's like Big Ed said, you use it as a, it's going to help. It's not a cure-all, end-all, be-all, but it's going to help. And you think about a safety belt in a car. It doesn't mean that you're not going to die in the wreck. It means you're going to have a better chance of surviving in the wreck. And so, you know what? I went ahead and took the leap and did that. And so there were all those different factors that went into it. Somebody has to step up and be the first one in line. Somebody has to, give this a try. I wanted out of the mask. If this will help reduce the mask, I'm willing to do it for my own sanity. I just couldn't take him any longer. And also I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. And I do have faith in science. I don't believe in all the conspiracy theories to it. And I understand that it is on a trial basis and all that. I did get mine through the hospital. Got it all logged in and all that good stuff. But, in the end, and it is a choice. It is absolutely a choice. And so that was my choice, was to do that. But some people volunteer for things, for different studies, and I felt like, okay, so I'm going to volunteer for a study, basically, is what I was doing.
Okay.
And that was that. And you ask about health or about the medicine that we were using. I will tell you that the one thing that I had seen quite a bit, and I think this was happening when we were disconnected from each other, is that there's medicines that they give, and this is how it was described to me. If you have, let's say you are a patient, like in Big Ed's situation, where you have a lot of issues with your health, and you are chronically, you have all these issues, then all of a sudden you get diagnosed with COVID-19. They would run you in and they give you this medicine, and they have to get it within the first 24, 48 hours. And they give you this medicine to help reduce all the symptoms. And I know that up in where I work, the urgent cares all around the area were not seeing patients for, quote, urgent care anymore. They were seeing them for that. So it's because the numbers were so many, hundreds of people and thousands, were getting diagnosed every day. That's what they were doing with them. And a lot of the nurses from where I work were actually going and working at these places. And it was a couple hour rotation that it takes to get this. It's like an infusion that they give them. It takes a couple of hours, and that's what they were doing with that. So that's the only medicine that I know of. And I did not understand about Tamiflu, but they correlated it to the same thing with Tamiflu, that when you get the flu, you take the Tamiflu, but if you miss that early window, it's not going to do you any good. So
Correct.
That was the whole thing of this, was trying to get people on that medicine to reduce the symptoms. So that's all I have for tonight. And Good to hear Big Ed. But I did want to ask you too, Did the minister find you on here?
Oh, he knows we're here.
Okay. All righty. Just checking.
He's not.
Thanks.
He's not
Bye-bye.
called the program, but he has. He's chimed in on the via Facebook or YouTube. He said, "Hi, Steve. It's the minister." It's like, okay. So we're waiting for that fateful day, right? I don't know if we'll call or not. Should I even take the call if he did? That's the bigger question. All right, it is 844-844-3388. About a minute before we hit top of the hour, so we'll get through that, come back with more of your calls. Diesel, more expensive on the West Coast based on the latest report from the Energy Information Administration. The Rocky Mountain region saw the largest dump last week, a 4-cent per gallon increase. Yeah, a bit of relief in the lower Atlantic. Prices were just a fraction of a penny lower, and they call that relief. The Gulf Coast has the lowest average price in the nation, but even there, you're above $3 a gallon. It's $3.08 per gallon along the Gulf Coast. Yeah, right now for diesel, you're actually paying 91 cents more per gallon than you were this time a year ago. National average is now at $3.34 per gallon. Diesel. Of course, out in California, it's $4.20 per gallon. And Red Mule did chime in a few days ago, and he said, hey, thanks to the Biden administration, we've got diesel in excess of $4 per gallon in Utah. All right, back after this. Rolling into a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A major hospital system in Texas has reported their first confirmed case of the Lambda variant of the coronavirus. Houston Methodist hospitals say they've identified a patient with the strain, first identified in Peru last August. The variant has spread to at least 29 other countries, mostly in South and Central America. So far, about 700 cases of the variant have been identified in the U.S. Houston Methodist's announcement coming as the area deals with a spike in cases attributed to the highly transmissible Delta variant. And the government of Haiti has chosen a new prime minister following the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. Neurosurgeon Ariel Henry was appointed by Moïse for the position just days before his killing. Henry's ascension to the position comes after acting Prime Minister Claude Joseph stepped down to allow Henry to take the role. Joseph will resume in his previous capacity as defense minister. Reuters reporting that Henry used his inaugural address Tuesday to call for unity and stability for the Haitian people. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
President Biden held an in-person cabinet meeting Tuesday to mark his first 6 months in office, where he touted the accomplishments of his administration. Speaking to reporters, he touted the results of his American Rescue Plan.
Shots in arms that saved a lot of lives, checks and tax cuts to give them just a little extra breathing room, ordinary Americans, and and lower health care costs just when so many Americans needed that help. And it's helped create 3 million jobs, more than any administration has done in the first 6 months of being in office. Again, thanks to all of you. And with our bipartisan infrastructure framework and our Build Back Better plan, I think we can turn this great movement into economic boom for some time to come.
It was the first time in his presidency that Biden had held a full cabinet meeting with all members in attendance because of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
As the Delta variant of the coronavirus continues to spread here in the U.S., there have been renewed pushes to get people vaccinated, with some health officials warning that the virus will hit the unvaccinated hard. Lance Pry has more.
As 56% of all Americans have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, nearly half of America is vaccinated. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb on CBS News says if you don't have the vaccine, you will get the Delta variant.
This variant is so contagious that it's going to infect the majority of them. Most people will either get vaccinated or have been previously infected, or they will get this Delta variant. And for most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime.
Dr. Marty McCary on Fox News concurs with some asterisks.
Well, I know Dr. Gottlieb very well, and he's absolutely correct. But remember, about half of those unvaccinated already had the infection. They've got natural immunity, which has proven durable despite its dismissal by the current Public Health Administration. So that leaves about 15% or less of the population.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the head of the Tokyo Olympics Organizing Committee says he hasn't ruled out canceling the games if a COVID outbreak gets bad enough. Toshiro Muto said Tuesday that if there is a spike in cases, he wouldn't rule out ending the games that are set to begin on Friday. Since July 1st, there have been 67 confirmed cases of COVID among those accredited for the games. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then. Back at it, round number 2 on a Wednesday coming on. Good to have you with us. And as always, it's 844-3388. Yeah, the moon is, again, kind of golden. All that particulate matter in the atmosphere. After a smoky sunset Monday evening, heavy smoke continued to hang over the Northeast yesterday. It's the result of those wildfires burning out west. Air quality advisories in effect for much of Canada. Air quality advisories for places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York City as the smoke descended from the upper levels of the atmosphere. The air quality index reading in New York City this past evening reached an unhealthy 137, the highest it's been this year. At that sort of a level, health effects can be immediately felt by sensitive groups. Healthy individuals even may experience difficulty breathing, throat irritation, and with prolonged exposure, and need to limit outdoor activity. So we're talking smoke spreading 2,500 miles downwind of those wildfires. Even saw it on the satellite imagery. And again, that's the entire region, Ohio Valley, Great Lakes, all dealing with those hazy conditions. Yeah, even at this hour, stepping outdoors, you can see the moon, and it's got that golden hue to it. Jupiter and Saturn are able to break through. I'm not seeing a whole lot of stars, though. It's just the hazy conditions. Again, even visible via satellite. Hey, let me jump right back to the calls here, and I believe Dan is on the line. Hello, Dan.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
I was listening to Big Ed and Always Moving, and I'm getting the antibody test before I make a decision on the vaccine because I, like anyone else, because of my travels and so forth, I would be shocked that I don't have it. You understand? I've been tested for it because nowadays you go to any medical facility for any procedure, they're going to test you 24 hours prior to the procedure. And I've had one this past, even a stress test. But I tell you, Steve, this is an opportunity, I think, for people to really look at how serious obesity is and what it's done to compromise people's immune system. And it's really a killer. And I think the root problem of it is I don't think people realize what constitutes a healthy diet. And it's a personal issue, I know, but I don't think people know how to read food labels. And when they look at the amount of fat per calorie, or they look at the amount of sodium as related to the number, I mean, you open a can of soup. I mean, there's cans of soup out there. I won't mention the name. I don't know why not. Well, but anyway, they'll have a little heart on the soup. Well, and they'll say low in sodium. Well, low in sodium to them is the 2 cans of soup in that can have over 1,300 milligrams of sodium. And you're not recommended to go over 1,500 a day. And I mean, the other thing is gluten, wheat, and that you get in all wheat products. And they put wheat in a lot of things you don't think they put wheat in, or some sort of a gluten extract. And I mean, he's right. Big Ed is about this job of driving a truck and the obesity that people put on the weight. But it's just like, you can't sleep. Everything your heart does, you know what I'm saying? It has to be working twice as hard. And when you add that up, and then the use of tobacco or alcohol, I mean, it really does lead to perennially a time bomb for people. And I think that, I mean, nowadays they don't even say when they report the COVID contractions and deaths, they talk more about the obesity. I mean, they say if you're obese, you need to take it instead of your age. And so I've kind of decided that that it's probably, I want to see if I've got the antibodies, and I'll keep you posted once I get the results.
Okay.
Because I'm surprised I haven't had it, and but it doesn't do any good for people to say, I mean, I don't see how they can go and say, well, if you've got the vaccination, still wear the mask. Well, and these six of the six legislators from Texas that fled the state, all of them were fully vaccinated. And they got the COVID and gave it to 2 other people. So, I mean, did that vaccine not work for 6 of those people?
Well, no, it's the vaccine.
You know what I'm saying?
The vaccine does not prevent you from getting COVID. That's the whole point. It's not designed even to prevent you. It's just designed to to lessen the symptoms if you do get it.
Oh, I didn't know that, Steve. I thought it was designed. I mean, as I told you on the call or when you first got, this new show going, I really didn't know what made up vaccines until they came out with the AIDS vaccine, and they talked about some of the research was done at St. Louis University, and the president of the school took the vaccine and they were applauding him. And I thought, well, why are you taking him? Well, you're taking HIV. That's what you're taking. And, that's a risk. And, he just took the vaccine to be in that trial study like Always Moving was talking about. So, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I've got questions, I do have questions about trying to take something that you're trying to prevent from getting. And if there are other ways to prevent it, then they need to know. The survivability rate on this is pretty high.
Yeah.
It's pretty high for the people. I know individuals who are in the 60 plus range that got it and survived, and they are, I would say, mildly obese. But if you follow the tables about your BMI and your height and weight and they measure your neck and so forth, if you follow those, for people who are out there struggling with obesity, you can educate yourself. If you're a veteran, the VA has an excellent program. They have a handout and they have classes, and they will help people understand how to come up with healthy food choices and where they should be. And I would make one suggestion, individuals, if you're serious about it, more than one, but this is one suggestion. Weigh yourself every day, preferably when you get up in the morning, and write that down so you can see a trend. Because if you go all day and you think, my God, I put 2 pounds on between yesterday and today, you're going to think before you make your food choices. And it's just, I've been through it. I know what it's like, and I was not that overweight. I thought I was not that overweight. But when I start reading this manual over and start doing some measurements of my height and weight, I was shocked at how low I had to go to get into what my BMI should be. And these trucks will destroy a person if they don't know how to approach it. And but that's the main thing that I'd called in about, because I heard the discussion. I didn't listen last night, and I didn't know that there was a pretty informative discussion, as there always is. But I do think that individuals can find some a diet that's rich in vegetables and fruits is so important to maintaining your good immunity. And because you have a lot of your natural vitamins right there. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd chime in with my 2 cents. And if I hear anybody else have any questions, I'll call back in if I have any answers. But it's not easy.
Right.
Yes, sir. The older you get, the more your metabolism. And that's what I'm saying is, if people could see what this obesity has done to people, and listening to Big Ed talking about removal of limbs, and that's true, removal of limbs and eyesight. I don't know if he brought that up. Eyesight is another thing. And then the heart disease and the stroke. I think as horrible as those things sound, and they do sound, people need to be aware that's the direction they're going. And anyway, I appreciate it, and thanks for the great show.
All right. Hey, good to have you with us, Dan. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there on the road. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. I guess while we're on the topic, how about we do that again, back-to-back nights? New study finds the one-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine ineffective against the new Delta variant, suggesting that some of the 13 million people inoculated with the one dose might be protected with a second dose, they now say. The message we wanted to give was not that people should not get the J&J vaccine, but we hope in the future it will be boosted with either another dose of Johnson & Johnson or a boost with the Pfizer or Moderna, according to the leader of the study. Other medical professionals echoing that position that in order for some of the vaccines to be effective, 2 doses need to be administered. I've always thought and often said that the J&J vaccine is a 2-dose vaccine, according to virologist John Moore, pointing to several studies that administered Johnson & Johnson vaccines to monkeys and people, which showed greater efficacy after 2 doses rather than 1. And they also indicated that Lando's study had no affiliation to the vaccine manufacturers, which kind of added credibility to the study. Johnson & Johnson is not without its share of some controversy, though, with the recent reports of some rare neurological disorders, blood clots in some. And of course, they put the with the warning on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine last week. So, the new Delta variant. I've heard in the news update there, top of the hour. Did you catch that there? It's the first time I've heard that. If you're not, how did they put it? If you're not vaccinated, you will catch this Delta variant. It's like, really? It's like, it's inevitable. I mean, making it sound like this Delta variant is so transmissible. And how did he went on to say, and if you come down with the Delta variant and you're not vaccinated, it's going to be the sickest you've ever been in your entire life. Trying to convince, I guess that's kind of persuasive, isn't it? All right, back in a moment. 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I think there's a number of others, much like Dan, who say all these people that have been vaccinated are coming down with it. Does that mean it doesn't work? No, I don't know. I don't think they spread that message clear enough that if you've been vaccinated, that does not mean you're not going to catch it. Quite to the contrary. Just not supposed to get nearly as sick. I'll take you to Israel. About a month ago, Israel celebrated what seemed like the end of the pandemic. Dropped all the restrictions, including mask mandates and social distancing. Unfortunately, the celebration was premature. Cases have begun to rise in Israel in recent weeks. Outbreaks starting in schools among unvaccinated children then began spreading to the vaccinated adults. Last week, Israel recorded an average 775 new daily cases. That's the highest number of daily infections since March. Average number of hospital admissions, currently 120 people. They've begun to reimpose mask mandates, social distancing requirements, and quarantines for anyone arriving in the country. Who is testing positive? Unlike in many other countries, most of the people testing positive are vaccinated. But that should not be surprising. They tell us the more vaccinated the population, the more you're going to hear of vaccinated people getting infected. They break down more of the numbers. The people, they say, who are not testing positive in the current outbreak are those who have had COVID previously and recovered. Yeah, those people account for like 9% of the population, but less than 1% of recent infections. That's brought some new questions about whether natural infections are actually more protective against the Delta variant than the actual vaccines. The answer to that question is not certain at this point, they say. Let's see. In protection against infection, Pfizer vaccines are 95% effective for the Alpha variant, the original. Only 64% for the Delta variant. Interesting. Yeah, while Pfizer is less effective against the Delta variant, the vaccine's effectiveness still far exceeds the 50% efficacy threshold that's required for World Health Organization approval. Just because a variant emerges that renders the vaccines less effective doesn't mean those vaccines were not effective in the first place, according to the Washington Post. So, yeah, I mean, it's just long story short, this damn thing's going to be around forever, right? All right, let's see what's happening with Eagle this morning.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. What's happening?
Okay, I want to discuss this situation. It seems like that's what a lot of people are talking about. But I want, before I get into the vaccine deal, Steve, I want to talk about a statement that the press secretary for Joe Biden made a couple of days ago, and for some reason they don't think that this is getting into people's personal deals. But I remember when I talked to you during the election time, Steve, when Donald Trump was doing his thing, when he was running for president, and Facebook and Twitter and all these other so-called social media outlets cut Donald Trump off. They canceled his account. Okay. Well, she said yesterday that anybody who makes any derogatory comments about the vaccine will have their accounts disconnected off of Facebook and Twitter. That's what she said yesterday. Now, how is that not how is that not? I forgot what the word is for that. But how is that not
censorship? Trying
to control people's censorship. How is that not censorship when if somebody says something about the vaccine and that Facebook so-called demean that derogatory towards the vaccine, they cancel your account out. So, like I say, that's censorship if I've ever heard of it. I don't know what she calls it, and I don't know what Joe Biden calls it, but it's censorship in my book. Simple as that. But see, they don't have to worry about somebody like me because I don't use Facebook or Twitter. I can't say on the radio what Facebook and Twitter can do, but I think you know what I mean.
Okay.
So, but huh?
I said, okay. I think I know what you mean.
You know what I mean when I say you know what they can do. Okay, now here we go with it. Let me get to this vaccine deal, Steve. Okay, it's already been proven, and you know, like I say, when I call your show, I have stats and facts to back up what I'm telling you. I don't just call into your radio show and start talking. But okay, now I got sure proof now that this vaccine is not 100% stopping people from catching the deadly coronavirus, you know, because they got 6 politicians from the state of Texas, where I live at. They went up to Washington, D.C., and they claimed that they had the vaccine, but guess what? They tested positive for the coronavirus. It's right there in black and white for everybody to see. There's not no average everyday man. We talking about politicians from the state of Texas that went up to Washington, D.C., and 6 of these individuals have tested positive. And they say that one individual that works for Nancy Pelosi has tested positive.
Right.
And he so-called had the vaccine.
You know, the one thing they try to point out there, the one thing they say that they were vaccinated, and I think 3 of the 5 or 6 were not even had no symptoms whatsoever, and the others had mild symptoms. So, yeah, that's the point they try to make. They've had the vaccine, they tested positive, but most of them don't even know they have it.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to say. You know, that's what I'm trying to get at, Steve. Okay, we know that this vaccine is not going to stop you from catching the virus. But see, here's the deal that I don't like, Steve, because right now you have events around the world that are being canceled due to individuals. You got people that have trained their whole life or half of their life to go to the Olympic Games. And now these individuals have been barred. They tested positive for this virus, and now they're being eliminated from the Olympic Games. So their whole career is down the drain, you know, because of this. But see, there's a lot of people, Steve. I know you have other calls. You know, Well, I'm not talking about people with pre-existing conditions. See, a lot of people believe they want to make you believe that if you test positive for the coronavirus, that you might as well go down to your local mortuary and buy you a coffin and a burial plaque because you're going to be needing it in a couple of weeks. That's the way they make it sound on television, Steve, and these other outlets, that if you test positive for the coronavirus, you got a couple of weeks. You got a couple of weeks to live, and then the game is over. But we both know that that's not the real truth.
Right.
Most of the people that have died from this coronavirus have had pre-existing conditions, and I want to emphasize that because apparently you have a lot of callers that don't listen very well. So I want to make sure that they heard what I said. I didn't say everybody that gets the coronavirus lives through it. I said people with pre-existing conditions are the main ones that are dying. For people that don't hear too well, but you know, this is what disappoints me the most about the whole deal, Steve, is that you know you got young people, you know, that they're talking about the schools. They're talking. I've heard these schools colleges are requiring students that go back to college or high school or wherever you go, that you're going to be required to have the coronavirus vaccination, or you're not going to be allowed to enter the schools this coming fall. Okay, so what are these kids supposed to do that refuse to take this vaccine? They're supposed to be left out in the cold. You're just going to shut the door on these people and not allow them to go to school because they decided they didn't want to take it. But that's the game that these people are playing. So that, like I say, anybody that thinks that's right to shut the door on a kid that just because he doesn't want to take the vaccine, his parents doesn't want, then something's not right about that. That's their body, and if they don't want to do it, they shouldn't have to.
Sure.
But they still should be allowed to go to a school. Simple as that. So let me just say this right quick, Steve, because the Joe Biden guy, you know, he made a comment, and he can backtrack all he wants, but I clearly heard what he said, and I listened to everything this guy said. He said that he said the other day that Facebook. That he was going to, basically, he said that he's going to control Facebook and he's going to control Twitter, and people that badmouth the vaccine will be done just like Donald Trump. They will be outcast off of Facebook and Twitter. And if that's not, like I said before, Steve, anybody who thinks that's right for a man to be kicked off of Facebook because of his opinion, then you got the problem, not that guy. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, good to hear from you, Eagle. I don't know that they said they're going to cancel your account. Yeah, they did say that if you post negative, the fact checkers and whatnot are going to remove the content. Yeah, it may be an individual post, it may be numerous posts, and like anything else. I mean, I don't know how many strikes you get from social media outlets before they do cancel your account. But all right, with that, we're a little bit behind. We'll get our news break. More to come. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. State Department has issued the highest warning level against unnecessary travel to the United Kingdom amid a surge of COVID cases in that country. UK health officials recently lifting most COVID restrictions, even as the nation is recording more than 50,000 new cases a day. The UK does still require Americans to quarantine for 10 days when they enter the country. The State Department's warning coming after the CDC advised that Americans should only travel abroad if they're fully vaccinated. And for the first time since 1971, the Milwaukee Bucks are NBA champions. The Bucks clinching the title with a 105-98 win over the Phoenix Suns in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Giannis Antetokounmpo leading all scorers with 50 points and 14 rebounds, becoming just the 7th player in the history of the Finals to have a 50-point game. His efforts in the series also earning him the Bill Russell Finals Most Valuable Player Award. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root from my great friends at Freedom Fest. Have you ever been to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota? Well, here's your opportunity. This July 21st through 24th, thousands of liberty lovers are headed to South Dakota for the greatest libertarian show on earth, Freedom Fest. This time held at the Rushmore Civic Center in Rapid City, South Dakota, with a record-setting crowd. Here's your chance to make new friends and meet the country's top political and business leaders, authors, and filmmakers in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Some of the star speakers this year: South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Dr. Drew, Larry Elder, U.S. Senator Mike Lee, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, the CEO of Whole Foods, John Mackey, Steve Moore, John Funn, Grover Norquist, Tom Woods, and the infamous pandemic mock trial. Go to freedomfest.com. Use promo code WAR50 to get $50 off the registration fee. That's freedomfest.com with promo code WAR50. Fly there, drive there, bike there, RV there, be there. Freedom Fest in South Dakota. Get your tickets now at freedomfest.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll jump back into it here. Looking here. Boy, young Steven's about to head out on vacation. I'll be leaving Friday, heading down to Florida. I believe, I think it's Destin. I think that's where they said they're going. I have to call him today and double check. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these posts about the red tide, and I'm looking at some of the pictures in a recent day. They got like I guess it's a drone view along the coastal areas. In Southwest Florida in particular, I mean, the water is ugly, nasty, with the algae bloom, the red tide, as they call it. Looking at the public service announcement, I hate to say it, don't plan your vacation to Southwest Florida anytime soon. The water is dead and toxic from Cape Coral all the way up past Clearwater right now. Smelly water, dead fish. Side effects include headaches, coughing, sneezing, irritation to the eyes and throat. Plan ahead, do your research before you spend your money or vacation time bringing your family to toxic water. So I did a quick search and I went to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission website, and they've got the status of the red tide in the update. Southwest Florida, the red tide, high concentrations in and offshore of Pinellas County. Very low to high concentrations in and offshore of Hillsborough County. Background to, in some cases, high concentrations in Manatee County. Very low to high concentrations in Sarasota. I guess it's just on and off, where it depends on where you're at. Some areas a much higher concentration than others. Even northwest Florida. Red tide observed at background to medium concentrations in and offshore of Pasco County. Along the Florida East Coast, not seeing the red tide there, but according to, as far as fish kills related to the red tide, numerous counties, Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, Lee counties over the past week. Respiratory irritation reported over the past week in southwest Florida. They list all those same counties. Forecast for the red tide for Pinellas to northern Monroe counties predict northwest movement of surface waters along the coast, minimal net transport of subsurface waters in most areas in the coming days. But all right, so, it looks like the high concentrations are right along the central portions of the Gulf Coast, western portions of Florida. Get up into the Panhandle, the Big Bend region. Maybe they'll be all right. Knock on wood. I'd hate to go on vacation just to find you. You imagine that? I arrive at the beach and there's a bunch of dead fish all washed ashore. Let's see. I believe we got Richard on the line. You're actually in Central Florida, aren't you?
Yes. I'm about 40 miles east of Tampa, kind of midway between Tampa and Orlando. But what you mentioned about the red tide, that what we see on our local TV news, fish just coming up on the beach. Horrible. And apparently the stench is horrible. But we're not really impacted by that. We're far enough away. Mm-hmm. But Florida's still a pretty nice place to live.
Right.
We moved here from New Jersey, and there's absolutely no comparison.
I bet.
But what I wanted to know, I get in and listen to you through YouTube, but I hear again today, you're switching over from YouTube or within YouTube. Could you explain what the impact of that is?
When you pull us up, do you go to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube, or do you go to the Hot Shot Secret YouTube?
I'm not sure. I think it must be the Hot Shot, because I see your picture at the top, and I see the word Hot Shot.
Yeah.
But all I do is I click on YouTube, and it brings me there. And then tonight, I posted in. I have my alarm set for 11:59 and on my cell phone, so I can log in right at midnight. And I did that, and then there were several other posts below me. I know Dean from Australia posts on there as well. And then I must have hit something on my cell phone, and all of a sudden I still had you, but the posts that I made and that I saw Dean made do no longer appear. It's a new set of posts. So I don't know if I move from one YouTube to the other, but I just want to make sure I know how when you make the transfer.
Right. Yeah. Well, whichever one you're on. If you're watching the Hot Shot Secret YouTube, then you're going to see the post that others that are on that page are making. If you're on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube, you would not see what people post on the Hot Shot Secret stream. You're just going to see whichever one you're watching. So you've been on the two different streams, but you want to. We're going to be continuing on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page.
Okay, well, how do I get to that? Because I have an icon on my, or I guess the app thing, on my cell phone that says YouTube, and I click on that, and then usually, depending on the timing, I can see a picture of a truck and then the word live in red.
Yeah.
And I click on that, and away I go. Will that continue to be that same protocol?
I think you're all right. But I mean, just when you go to YouTube, you just click on search, and then you would type in Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and that'll take you to the correct page.
Oh, I see. Okay, because I really enjoy listening to you, and after you got off of Cincinnati 700, it took me a while, a number of searches to find out where you were. So
yeah, how about that?
Happy to be able to transition over for that.
I'm glad you found us. Yes, go ahead.
I heard you mention that someone had posted from Noblesville, Indiana. I never did see that post because I grew up 8 miles from there.
Really?
In Indiana, yeah, in a little town called Arcadia, Indiana. But strange to hear that word Noblesville. I guess it's kind of fun to. I don't know. I knew a lot of people there, and I know one of the Indy 500 drivers is from Noblesville. So you don't hear that name very often, but it was fun to hear it.
All right.
But
yeah, I mean,
I do.
Some people are. You would not see posts from people that are on the Facebook. Facebook, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on the Facebook page.
Oh, I've never done that. Oh, I'll try that too.
That's an option for you as well. You can go to the Facebook and Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, well, I'll give that a shot.
All right. Well, Richard, I'm glad you found us. And when the time comes, when they do pull the plug on the Hot Shot Secret page, if you can't find it, obviously just. You got the number. You can dial us back up, and we'll walk you through it.
Okay, very good. Well, enjoy hearing you, and send you my best wishes.
Hey, thank you so much for listening in. There you go. Checking in from Central Florida. It is 844-844-3388. Got to get a quick 2-minute timeout. We return with more as we roll into a Wednesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back. Let me see here. Who all else checking in here? Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, Rochester, New York. Waiting on loads to head back to Youngstown. I guess Dean's on there chatting with several people. Back and forth. Dean, a.k.a. Sylvester in the land down under. He always says, don't forget to give a thumbs up for every show. Yeah, do that. Let's see. Drug Runner checking in. Morning, Steve, and all of our driver friends. Safe driving for all the drivers and some great conversation on the radio. This really is a step up from your past job, Steve. Okay, thank you. Who else we got here? It's a beautiful morning in the land down under. And most of the Aussies think it's freezing. It's like a 58-degree afternoon. And that's comfortable. It's, very spring-like or fall-like kind of weather. Not bad. Freezing at 58. If that's all the worst we got in the dead of winter, I'd take that any day. Let's see. Gerald checking in this morning. All the respect for Tom Brady, but today he showed up and supported Joe Biden and never came to the White House for Donald Trump. Unbelievable. He supported this loser, Biden. Let's see. Hello, Norman checking in. Boiling the coffee, making lunch, putting on the britches, and heading out the door. Off to work you go, right? Couple of others here. John checking in. Hello, and all from Hawaii. Listening in from paradise there, Hawaii. Let's see. One Crazy Way there in West Michigan, checking in, 67 degrees. Missed the show the past few nights. Glad to be back. Well, there's another friend that's missed the show a few nights. I finally came across his post yesterday on Facebook. That's our old pal Rick Friend there in Columbus, Ohio. Not sure exactly what his ailment was, but I guess he had to go into the hospital and had some sort of emergency surgery several days ago. So, like I said, just came across that this past day. I think he had posted it 3 or 4 days ago, but yeah, he's one I've noticed hadn't been on there for a few nights. Get well soon, Rick, if you're with us this morning. Buckeye Boy checking in from Hagerstown, Maryland, 76 degrees. I really dislike coming to the Northeast. I looked for a parking spot for an hour, finally found one. I really don't know how these drivers do it that run the East Coast all the time. I guess if I got up at the crack of dawn and drove my 10 or 11 hours and start looking earlier, it might be easier because the parking area would not be as full. I don't do mornings well, though. Never have. I wanted to know if you've read or heard anything about the Georgia mail-in absentee ballots that were sitting in a warehouse that they wanted to audit and had to sue to get access to them. Anyway, just curious. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Yeah, Georgia, they're just like everywhere else. Anywhere that they try to do an investigation and audit, they're putting up a fight. They don't want to go through the process. Gilligan checking in from Wytheville. 63 degrees. Let's see. Ron says, oh my God, how many times do you have to tell someone there is not a vaccine that exists that will prevent someone from catching COVID? Okay, yeah, you're right. It's just the misinterpretation that a lot of people have. Meanwhile, back to the calls here, and what do you say? Good morning, Grump.
Good morning. Good to hear with Big Ed. I hope he's doing all right there. He's a slugger. He'll hang in there with it. But no, there's not a 100% vaccine, and that's like we heard that's no big shocker. In fact, when I went in to get my vaccine, and like I said, it wasn't just me sitting down with my wife and my son. I had my sister-in-law there, and she has the same heart condition as my wife. It's genetics. They got it on their father's side, and so we all sat down there and talked about it, and decided this was the best thing for us. All right. After my wife had that heart attack, when I was up there at the hospital, and she's got all kinds of hoses and everything in her, and they had to do surgery on her heart, and she has a ventricle problem and some other things, and they had a representative from St. Luke's was there, and one of the leading cardiologists, and there was somebody come in from Johns Hopkins, and we were sitting around there talking, and and they were looking for people to do clinical studies on a new heart medication, and she qualified for it. And and the reason this lab rat thing struck a nerve is because we're sitting there talking, and she goes, "What?" They asked her if she would be interested in it, and explained things. And she said, I just hope I'm not being some kind of a lab rat." And the guy, he looked at it, he said, "Oh, ma'am," this is an extremely selfless act when people gets involved in these clinical studies. And he said it's something that we can't tell you how much we appreciate it. I mean, he said you qualify for it, but everything. And it was a study that they start out low doses and they worked up their way up and until and she's on the medication today. She'll be on it the rest of her life. It worked. She's it helps with her heart regulation and everything. With regulating the heartbeat and things, and and it's like always moving. Want to volunteer for these studies. It is a selfless act. So it struck a nerve with me about this lab rat crap, and I didn't mean to take it out of context the way he probably meant it, but it kind of pissed me off, and I responded, and so that's enough of that. But anyway, the VA, when I've been contacted several times after getting the Johnson & Johnson, and you said it's not doing so well against the variant, the Delta variant. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the study, Steve, it's running at about a 68% on the preventative on the Delta variant, and people are still getting it. I think the Pfizer was about a 92, and somewhere up in there. But the reason I guess they contacted me on it was I had COVID. I went through everything on it, and I'm 61, and it didn't affect me that much, and they wanted to know why. and to this day I don't know why. I mean, I felt like hell there for one day, not really feeling like hell, just my chest started hurting. Mm-hmm. And that was, I never lost my sense of taste or anything like that. I just started feeling like I had a big, somebody was stabbing me in the heart. And a good friend of mine, his wife actually called me and said, "Hey, we may have to make," she was crying, and she said, "Look," she said, we may have to make funeral arrangements. Jeff has COVID, and he's in the hospital. He's on a ventilator, and he's my age, by the way. Now, this is how it affected two different types of people.
Exactly.
He, I don't smoke. I drink. I'm not what you would call obese. I am a big guy, and you've seen how big I am. I mean, hell, drugs and stuff. But Jeff is a smoker. He's a diabetic, and this goes right along with what Big Ed was saying. All right, now he's laying in the hospital, with on a ventilator, and we damn near lost him. And it was a hard thing to understand. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest decisions that I made on also was seeing friends of mine that are getting this. Now, I don't give a rat's ass, and I told you that last night, what somebody else does. And I don't know why that they're so convinced that they got to try to convince people that this is something that's wrong on taking this that you're just a lab rat, or you're just it's something so bad. All right. Don't take it if you don't want it, but shut the hell up about it. That's all
simple.
I can say. I don't need somebody, trying to convince me that. I don't know if they're trying to smooth themselves over, or, and I listen to this all the time, just people that are talking about it. We had a guy at the VA that was sitting there. I wouldn't take that damn thing. And the doctor looked at him and he said, then don't take it. And he said, I'll tell you something else you can take. And he said, what's that? He said, you can take your butt out that door if you're going to keep running your mouth.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of respect for the guy for that, but it was just that little step there that I don't know. It's one of these things that hits me with a nerve. I just think everybody needs to take charge of themselves. If you want it, take it. If you don't, I don't care. Just don't tell me I did something wrong, or that my wife and son and sister-in-law and everybody else has done something wrong by or trying to convince that hey, you're going to die. And I knew what the odds were on this, on the percentages. I mean, they sat down and talked to us about it. They said, this is not 100%, but what it does is lessens the severity of COVID. Now, the reason they're looking at me is because I've had COVID and I've had the shot. They want to check me every 6 months now, and I got my little paper right now, where that I go in November 5th. They're going to draw more blood, and they're going to go ahead and check the antibodies and see how things are holding up, and whether the boosters are needed or not. I'm in one of the clinical studies for my VA over here in
it's kind of interesting. I mean, that's kind of like what's going on in Israel. Because they're saying the fewest amount of people coming down with it are people that actually already had it. Yeah, almost like that your natural defenses are better than the vaccine offers up. But hey, we're late for a news break. All right, we return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The U.S. State Department has issued the highest warning level against unnecessary travel to the United Kingdom amid a surge of COVID cases in that country. UK health officials recently lifting most COVID restrictions, even as the nation is recording more than 50,000 new cases a day. The UK does still require Americans to quarantine for 10 days when they enter the country. The State Department's warning coming after the CDC advised that Americans should only travel abroad if they're fully vaccinated. And for the first time since 1971, the Milwaukee Bucks are NBA champions. The Bucks clinching the title with a 105-98 win over the Phoenix Suns in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Giannis Antetokounmpo leading all scorers with 50 points and 14 rebounds, becoming just the 7th player in the history of the finals to have a 50-point game. His efforts in the series also earning him the Bill Russell Finals Most Valuable Player Award. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River, its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-9 951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden held an in-person cabinet meeting Tuesday to mark his first 6 months in office, where he touted the accomplishments of his administration. Speaking to reporters, he touted the results of his American Rescue Plan.
Shots in arms that saved a lot of lives, checks and tax cuts to give them just a little extra breathing room, ordinary Americans, and lower health care costs, just when so many Americans needed that help. And it's helped create 3 million jobs, more than any administration has done in the first 6 months of being in office. Again, thanks to all of you. And with our bipartisan infrastructure framework and our Build Back Better plan, I think we can turn this great movement into economic boom for some time to come.
It was the first time in his presidency that Biden had held a full cabinet meeting with all members in attendance because of the pandemic. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
As the Delta variant of the coronavirus continues to spread here in the U.S., there have been renewed pushes to get people vaccinated, with some health officials warning that the virus will hit the unvaccinated hard. Lance Pry has more.
As 56% of all Americans have received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, nearly half of America is vaccinated. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb on CBS News says if you don't have the vaccine, you will get the Delta variant.
This variant is so contagious that it's going to infect the majority of them. Most people will either get vaccinated or have been previously infected, or they will get this Delta variant. And for most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime.
Dr. Marty McCary on Fox News concurs with some asterisks.
Well, I know Dr. Gottlieb very well, and he's absolutely correct. But remember, about half of those unvaccinated already had the infection. They've got natural immunity, which has proven durable despite its dismissal by the current Public Health Administration. So that leaves about 15% or less of the population.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the government of Haiti has formally chosen a new prime minister following the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. Neurosurgeon Ariel Henry was appointed by Moïse for the position just days before his killing. Henry's ascension to the position coming after acting Prime Minister Claude Joseph stepped down to allow Henry to take the role. In his inaugural address, Henry called for unity and stability for the Haitian people. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so we are back at it here. Good to have you with us. I did not catch it live. I got the replay. So looks like Jeff Bezos was successful this past day. And after the space flight, I guess he kind of stirred up a little controversy, kind of stepped in the doo-doo. The world's richest man thanking his employees and customers for subsidizing his Blue Origin space flight. All right, so it was Bezos and 3 others spent 11 minutes in the capsule after blasting off from Van Horn, Texas, in the desert there, the New Shepard capsule. Upon returning to Earth, Bezos said, I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer because you guys paid for all this. So seriously, for every Amazon customer out there and every Amazon employee, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Very much. It's very appreciated. That was his quote, which immediately he gets ripped by critics for thanking customers for subsidizing the $5.5 billion cost of the flight. One journalist retweeted videos adding, I'd like a refund. Elizabeth Warren tweeted that Bezos forgot to thank all the hardworking Americans who actually paid taxes to keep this country running while he and Amazon paid nothing. Used the opportunity to call for a wealth tax. Then you had the assistant House Speaker, another Democrat out of Massachusetts, said, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know it's time for billionaires to pay their fair share. Oh, well, a little more controversy for Bezos. All right, back to the phones here. What's going on in the land down under there, Sylvester?
How's it going, brother?
Doing well.
Yeah, so I stayed up. Well, that's not really that late for us. It was like 11. It was about 11, I guess, when they shot that thing off a little bit after. And Susan doesn't get home until like 9 anyway. So, we had something to eat, and then we sat around. She actually fell asleep, which was lovely. She fell asleep in my arms just as the thing was about to go off.
Huh.
But have you looked at that? Have you looked at that rocket closely?
You mean the penis shape?
Yeah, I know. I'm serious. I was looking at it thinking, am I the only one that sees this, or is there something wrong with me?
I think everyone noticed because there's a bunch of funny memes. I mean, making comparisons to what was his name? The comedies. The Mr. Dr. Evil and his rocket ship and whatnot.
Dr. Evil. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I know. I remember the first time I saw it. Was it 6 or 8 months ago? First time I actually started paying attention to it. That's when I first noticed it. But I watched it. It was pretty good. I used to live out in Van Horn, and I will tell you, that's the best thing that ever happened to Van Horn, Texas, because there ain't nothing out there, man. You come into that valley, it's 38 miles from the moment you see at night Interstate 10 going up on the other side of the valley. 38 miles. And it's pretty wild that there is so little out there except for a whole bunch of mesquite and a couple of truck stops. So that's good to see. So, okay. So what I've done is on Richard, if you're still listening, I hope you're still listening. What I've done is I've put a link on the Hotshot Seekers page, which is what you are watching on. I put a link on there, which is the actual link to the official show page. If you copy and paste that, if you don't know how to do that, go on to any of the Facebook groups, the official Hotshot Secret Facebook group. I'll put that link on there either today or tomorrow. Siri. Sorry, Siri decided she wanted to listen to me. And I'll put that on there as the official, your official page, so that people can link directly to that. I was doing that weeks ago, and then when they just kept on with the Hotshot Secret page, I stopped doing it.
Okay.
But that'll be the official Hotshot Secret page, and there are 60 people watching on the Hotshot Secret page right now.
Okay.
And I usually tell people, go ahead, please watch it on the other page. Not that I'm anybody telling you what to do. It's just, if you want to watch it, you might want to watch it from the official page, because eventually this one is going away.
Correct.
Yeah. So So I've done that. So Richard, I've got that on there. If you need any help with it, just message me. Go to Facebook. I'm happy to friend you. I've got your full name here because you were the first person I spoke to on. Yeah, you jumped in before I could. So I know there's a lot going on in the States, and I say this all the time, but there's a lot of crap going on everywhere. So you heard about the Israelis bombing in Syria, right?
I don't think I caught that. I mean, recently?
So this Israelis have once again attacked an arms depot in just south of Aleppo, which is run by the Iranians. I don't know what all was being stored there, but it was feeding arms, mainly precision-guided rockets, to the in southern Lebanon. Okay, so and then immediately following that, there were 2 rockets fired from southern Lebanon, not from the Palestinian-controlled territory. Okay, and immediately, once again, Israel just bombarded the crap out of them with howitzers and big guns anyway.
Wow.
But not only that, but so China usually keeps track of what's going on over here with every year the Australians and the U.S. have a war games just off the coast of Queensland, and there's usually at least one carrier and a bunch of other U.S. Navy ships as well as Australian Navy. And the Chinese usually kind of, they pay attention. But now, instead of having just one spy ship, they've got 2 spy ships watching 2 different areas. The Russians are over here too, probably with a submarine, but that can't be, they're not confirming that.
Mm-hmm.
About the Chinese war games that they just suddenly decided to have, well, they're undergoing them right now. And they're doing something that they usually don't do, which is amphibious assault
invasion on the beaches. That's a message for Taiwan, correct?
Yes, exactly. Because it's interesting because remember we were talking a few weeks ago how usually the Chinese armed forces don't fly around to the east side of Taiwan. They usually just come to the southwestern corner, turn around, and go home. Well, they haven't been doing that. They've been flying and then doing a hook around to the eastern side of the island. And we were talking about that, why that was relevant and important. And that's in part because what they're doing is they're sending their electronics warfare aircraft to detect what type of radars and other installations they're being scanned with. And the reason that's important is because a fire control radar has a specific signature, wavelengths and type of radar that it is. And if they're able to know what that is, then they're better able to counter it if they do decide to attack. It's most likely that what will happen if the Chinese do decide to go and attempt to take Taiwan forcibly, which they will eventually, they're going to do it from the east coast, not the west coast, which is more populous and better defended. So that's why they're doing that. Okay. The beaches or the areas that they're doing the amphibious assaults on are areas that mimic or are very similar in geography to the ones on the eastern side of Taiwan. Do you need to go to a break, man?
Yeah, we do need to get a quick timeout. Yeah, take care of that 2-minute break, and we'll return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, business taken care of. And welcome back. Where did we leave off there? China. Yep.
Well, before we say anything else, in line with what just your break there for a moment ago, people buy the products you hear on this broadcast. The only way this broadcast will continue, I plan on buying some more here within the month. I'm going to buy a couple of different things. Having them shipped to Australia may be expensive, but you know what? This show is worth it. Buy the products. It's the only way that this show will continue. So make sure you buy them.
And when you place your order, make sure you use the Overnight Drive coupon code when you check out. Get 10% off your order.
Absolutely.
And a matter of fact, that's one way for them to know listeners of the show are buying product. Overnight Drive. That's the coupon code.
Well, I had a copy of my DD214 in a file somewhere before when I made the last order. I could not find it anywhere. And I'm not kidding you. I made the order. Later that day, I found the blasted thing. So I'll get that extra because you get an additional 10% off if you've got either a CDL, or first responder, or active military,
yes,
as
sir.
well as there was. Those the things CDL, active duty, and first
Veteran.
responder. Are those the ones?
Veterans. Yep.
Okay. So, not wanting to harp on too much more, but there is conflict coming now. The Russian and the Chinese are working very closely together. We've talked ad nauseum about Russian hacking and things like that, but what people aren't necessarily aware of is last year there was a flaw found in the Microsoft Exchange server, and it's taken a while for that flaw to be fixed. It was through Windows 10. So if you're using Microsoft Mail or any Microsoft Cloud service, you need to make sure that you have the most current update of Windows 10. What's going on is the Chinese found out about this back 2 years ago, about 2 years ago. And they've actually been getting contract hackers, Russia, to go through and use it, exploit this. And that's how they've been getting into a lot of different systems. For example, the pipeline service there in the U.S. That's how they got into it. I think it was yesterday or the day before. a group of 30 Western countries have now officially blamed China for this. Have you read about this already?
I saw something about that last evening. Didn't get around to it because everything was COVID. You know what I mean? But yes, they officially did come out and made, I guess, confirming that they know it came from China.
Yeah, and so the 30 countries are saying this is who did it. That's everybody from the U.S. to Australia to Great Britain to Japan, South Korea, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can name all the NATO countries, all the Pacific Rim countries, New Zealand, Australia, et cetera, are blaming China for this. And it's my understanding from somebody who probably knows better than I ever would, that they traced it through to China. A lot of the hacking, paying contractors, i.e. Russia, to do some of the hacking for them to try to avoid the blame, right? So there's something called gray warfare. Are you familiar with that term?
Gray warfare? Well, I guess it's a cyber war.
Yeah, gray area, kind of. So back in the 1950s and 60s and into the 70s, we had what we call proxy wars. So instead of us fighting Russia directly or China directly, we fought against in this case, North Korea, the North Vietnamese, etc. Now it's a gray battle where they try to make it so that they can't be seen through, because of the way they can do VPNs through the Seychelles and other small, second level domain, countries. And it's heating up. Now, being that China is reacting the way they are, as adamantly as they are, look, somebody said this earlier, and I think it was Big Ed. In fact, I can tell you it was Big Ed. Ed, you said it perfectly. We are standing right now at the edge of a battle, and COVID, what's being done to our Constitution, all these things are very, very, very important. But our very existence as free people in a republic, by the way, is being threatened by a country where this virus came from. So this is biological warfare. This is also warfare on a direct level, i.e. Taiwan, as well as gray warfare. We are at war. I've said it for years. We need to, 1, get educated, 2, get active, 3, get ready. People, get ready. Because if you thought not having toilet paper last year was a problem, it's going to only get worse. Steve, that's pretty much all I got.
Yeah.
But
when all
the main thing is,
when all the shish kebab literally hits the fan, when it hits the fan, all this talk about our reliance on China, for so many things crucial to our everyday lives, when that all stops coming in, the early days of the pandemic might have been a cakewalk, essentially. All right, what do we got? Hey, hang in there, Pappy. Got you coming up. Chevy Guy, I know you've been holding for a while this morning, haven't they? Well, I guess that means we're busy. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden held an in-person cabinet meeting on Tuesday to mark his first 6 months in office. Speaking to reporters, he touted the results of his American Rescue Plan.
It's helped create 3 million jobs, more than any administration has done in the first 6 months of being in office. Again, thanks to all of you. And with our bipartisan infrastructure framework and our Build Back Better plan, I think we can turn this great movement into economic boom for some time to come.
And a major hospital system in Texas has reported their first confirmed case of the Lambda variant of the coronavirus. Houston Methodist Hospital says they've identified a patient with the strain, first identified in Peru last August. That variant has spread to at least 29 other countries, mostly in South and Central America. So far, about 700 cases of the variant have been identified in the U.S. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled YOUMOVE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so what Sylvester was alluding to there, the Biden administration and Western allies formally blaming China for a massive hack on Microsoft Exchange email server, asserting that criminal hackers associated with the Chinese government have also carried out ransomware and other illicit cyber operations, although not accompanied by sanctions against the Chinese government. It's a forceful condemnation of activities, according to a senior administration official, a pattern of irresponsible behavior in cyberspace. They highlighted the ongoing threat from Chinese hackers, even as they remain consumed with trying to curb ransomware attacks from Russia-based syndicates that have actually even targeted critical infrastructure. The broad range of cyber threats from Beijing disclosed on Monday included a ransomware attack from government-affiliated hackers that targeted victims, including in the United States, with demands for millions of dollars. Officials allege the criminal contract hackers associated with China's Ministry of State Security have engaged in cyber extortion schemes and theft for their own profits. Meanwhile, the Justice Department announcing charges against 4 Chinese nationals who prosecutors said were working with the MSS in a hacking campaign that targeted dozens of computer systems, companies, universities, government entities, targeting trade secrets and confidential business information, including scientific technologies and infectious disease research. More to the story, but all right, let's get back to the calls here. Thanks for hanging in there, Pappy. What's up?
What's going on, Steve?
Happy Hump Day.
Hey, man, happy Hump Day to you, sir. I caught some of the show last night. I missed most of it, but listen, I happened to tune in and caught most of Big Moose's story with his nephew, I think he said it was.
Mm-hmm.
How he vehicle for that young man. That was a pretty moving little story he told there. So, if it's possible, I'd like to give Big Moose the big cookie for last night's show.
Okay.
If you can touch one person's life, Steve, in this life that we live, you're doing good. And I think Big Moose probably touch this young man's life there. But hey, listen, I went to the doc today, man, and I asked him, all right, what's the deal with the virus? You can still catch it, right? He goes, absolutely. Virus is not going to stop you from catching it. And he said, now, it will help from spreading it. He said, when you take the virus, and if you do catch it, your immune system is fighting this off, so there's less particles in your lungs and in your mouth for you to spew out to spread to others, which made sense to me,
Mm-hmm.
And but it's not going to stop you from catching the daggone thing. And Steve, if you've been vaccinated, they make it sound like you have nothing to worry about. So if you've been vaccinated, what the hell do you care if your neighbor got vaccinated or not, right? You're protected. But, man, listen, Steve, nobody's anti-vaccinated, that I've heard, like they're totally anti. If you're old, I'm going to be 62 here in a couple months, and I'm like you, Steve. I smoke, probably more than I should. So, I'm on the fence about it, but I just ain't pulling the trigger on it yet, But man, I'm telling you, if I was 70 years old, had some underlying conditions, Steve, I'd probably take that damn vaccine. I mean, come on, man. That's a little just common sense there, But, man, if Trump was still in office, the communist media, man, Steve, they would be broadcasting every single side effect that comes out on these daggone vaccines. There'd be breaking news alerts every minute you turn around. And the fear mongering on this new Delta variant too. I mean, they had it on your brakes, Steve. Guys saying if you didn't get vaccinated, you will get it. It's going to be the worst virus you ever had in your life. And oh my God, when's it going to stop? What's it going to be next week or next year? Is what it is. I'm about done talking about this vaccine. I'll tell you that. Hey, but if you don't mind, Steve, I got a joke for you.
Okay.
And I'm going to sign off. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, lay it on us.
All right, man. So these two poets, right, are on the way to this convention, and they get killed in a car crash, Steve. They end up at the pearly gates there, and guy standing there at the pearly gates says, man, sorry to tell you guys this, but we only got room for one more of you poets. He said, so I'll tell you what. He goes, you two got 3 minutes. You go walk off to the side, come up with a poem, and best poem will get in. So they do. They go off, and 3 minutes later they come back, and poet number one goes first, And he comes up with lost in the Arab land, barefoot upon the burning sand. I forgot to mention something. When he told him they got to write a poem, right? He said the poem has to end in Timbuktu. Copy?
Copy.
So, all right. So he comes back. First poet comes back, says, lost in the Arab land, barefoot upon the burning sand. A wagon came into view, destination, Timbuktu. Well, he shook his head, said that was mighty fine. But number two, it's your turn. You got to see if you can outdo him here. So number two stands up. And it goes like this. Tim and I, a walk we went. Met 3 girls in a tent. Number 3, we a 2. I bucked 1. Tim bucked 2.
Who gets in?
Nothing.
Who gets in?
Well, they weren't at the gates to hell, so I would say number 1.
Most likely. That's right.
Yeah, Steve, the haze, man. I guess that thing on smoke, from out west.
It's obscuring everything, isn't it? Yes. I mean, even right now, it's not like there's cloud cover, but everything's so hazy you can't even see the stars.
No.
Moon is setting, getting down behind the trees, but yes, got that goldish orange kind of hue to it. All right, thank you much, Pappy, for checking in. Under the industry headlines, one quickie here. A man police say is responsible for causing a fire at a gas station in Oklahoma, arrested after returning to the scene of the crime less than 24 hours later. This happened on Monday. 21-year-old Kevin Aloba wasn't arrested till he returned to the scene at about 2 a.m. yesterday morning at the On Q in Oklahoma City. According to Fox 25, truck driver Ronnie Wade was hooking up the fuel lines beneath his tanker truck when Aloba's vehicle suddenly rammed his truck, pinning him underneath, covering him in gas. Wade was then able to crawl out from under the tanker and make it to the corner of the building. He was later found lying on the ground by police responding to the scene. They described him as suffering from a large cut on his arm, massive swelling, covered in gas, telling officers that he was on fire, although he wasn't. Wade said he does not remember seeing or hearing a vehicle prior to the incident. But after striking the tanker truck, Aloba allegedly circled the parking lot, targeted a gas station employee, and intentionally accelerated to hit him. The car pinned the employee's leg beneath the car and in the post before breaking up and ramming him again. Then backed off, got out of his vehicle, stumbling around, looking confused before fleeing the scene on foot. At some point, the tanker truck and a smaller car actually caught fire. The next day, less than 24 hours later, he returned to the gas station wearing the same clothes, suffering from burns. Employees called police, and he was taken into custody. Now, once released, he'll be booked into the Oklahoma County Jail on 2 complaints of assault with a deadly weapon. The extent of the gas station employee's injuries not clear. Wade, the tanker truck driver, suffered 3 broken ribs and a fractured ankle. Yeah, somebody just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs out there. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Hey, buddy. First off, thank you, Grump, for explaining your lab rat, what set y'all. I'm there with you. I jumped on you yesterday, but hey, my wife is going through that, and we say that they got her on an experimental drug. She's 71. She's taking these shots. It's like $800 a shot a day. There's no way I could afford it. There's no way. They told us this is what you need to be on. And, obviously we couldn't afford it. Out of nowhere, some program come along and is paying for it. It has a very high very high side effect of cancer. But her bones are crunched down and brown and looks dried out, very brittle. And this shot it's got to be taken for 12 months, and it's supposed to soften up the bones and rejuvenate the bones and actually bring them back to where they're flexible and they're back to being from a brown color to a white color. So yes, but very well. My wife and I both acknowledge it. We're being a lab rat. Now, hey, the guys that have took the vaccination, thank you. I don't assume that you just took it hopefully out of fear or not being at least educated on it to the best of your ability, because nobody can tell you. Nobody has any record of it. They're not reporting it of any side effects or deaths. You're going into this blind, and I'm sorry, it is a lab rat situation, but you guys are breaking the way for us that are not sure. And the more and more of our friends that are getting vaccinated and they're not suffering. One guy that we know, he's still suffering. His shoulder bothers him. Others, they just got sick. Others just got sore, and others, no problem at all. So I appreciate the bravery y'all showed. But at the same time, you thought it over before you did it. And the same way with me, I thought it over. And my wife can't take it. She's already taken all these other drugs. I mean, she goes through 20 pills of a morning. And so she's got to be careful about taking anything like that. I mean, if she gets stung by a bee, she can die. I mean, cellulitis, she had that. So we're very careful about all that. I'm not taking it because I think I already had COVID. But we had that conversation long before we heard of COVID. To this day, I can't smell right. I can taste salt, can taste sugar. Shoot, I could run over a skunk and all it does is smell like fresh brewed coffee to me. And matter of fact, my coffee is a consistency of what that Italian coffee is. I mean, it's thick it's real strong, and that's the only way I can enjoy my coffee.
Wow.
But what I called for was the flight of the fools. They flew up there. Last night, the information come out, there was 3 of them tested positive for COVID. I think Eagle said it was 6, but now, last I heard, it was 5. All of them vaccinated.
Yep.
Every politician on that plane was vaccinated, and they got one of Nancy Pelosi's aides infected. Hopefully, there you go. You've got the vice president. Is she quarantined now? She's had contact with them. And then here's something. They also, I got that information off of Tucker Carlson. Then he, ironically, like what I said last night, they had a guy on talking about, and actually a Republican that was pushing to get an air base in his district used to fly out illegals throughout the whole country. Plus, they're stuffing these guys unvaccinated on airliners. They're stuffing them in buses and spreading them out throughout this whole country. And you know what? I'm sorry, even on Tucker Carlson, they never made the connection I made last night. I'm no genius. I'm just a trucker here. I mean, I'm not an award-winning, reporter. So explain to me. I mean, all these are COVID spreaders. They're going out throughout the whole country. They've been doing it for months. And out of nowhere, you got this amazing boom. They got this massive unvaccinated COVID explosion in our country. So somebody tie in, could it be these illegals they're bringing in? And COVID is not the only thing they're bringing in. I mean, the third world countries are coming out of. There's a reason why they test people at the border. There's a reason why he run tests on them. And now they're just spreading out throughout this country and endangering all our fellow Americans. And it just, so there you go. The vaccinated on that plane, and you can see what happened. They still got infected. Now you've got a whole plane and bus loads of people, and now and you pack them in and you send them all over the country. I mean, talk about a COVID spreader. But I'm real excited, man. I just tonight hearing Grump straighten us out on that like that, man. I just feel real good about he's my hero again. Like I said last night, Grump, Monkey Gouger, Big Moose. Anybody want to know about trucking, about buying a truck and getting into the business? Man, I definitely push them towards these men. I mean, I'm humbled at their ability and their intelligence of being self-employed like that. So, I just want to leave it at that. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
All right. 10-4, shipping guy, thank you much. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, for those dirt racing fans out there, you guys that like the super late models, what are we into? We're into, all right, 21st day of July here, so we're, not quite, getting close to halfway through a big series event where you've got 12 races from 12 different tracks in a 16-day period. It's a pretty cool series. And they started in Beckley, West Virginia last Friday. And Saturday they raced in Wythe, Virginia. Monday it was at the Volunteer Speedway there in Tennessee. Let's see, Tuesday this past evening it was I-75 Raceway, also in Tennessee. No race tonight. Thursday night they're at West Georgia Speedway. Friday it's Needmore, Georgia Speedway. Saturday, Screven Motor Speedway in Georgia as well. Sunday evening, Rome Speedway in Georgia there. Followed by next Tuesday, Tri-County Raceway in North Carolina. Thursday, Boyd's Speedway in Georgia. Friday, the 411 Motor Speedway in Tennessee. Saturday, Tazewell Speedway in Tennessee. Now, there's about half of those races are $10,053 to win. Several of them are $4,000 to win, some $5,000 to win. And the series champ ultimately gets an additional $10,053 to win. But that's a crazy schedule. 12 races, 16 days. Good morning, Big Moose.
Hey, how's your hammer hanging this morning?
Doing fine, thank you.
Oh, man, I tell you what. You know what? I had myself all built up for a pretty good spiel, but I think I'm just going to say to hell with it. I ain't even going to get started on it because it ain't going to do no good anyway. I was sitting here and I noticed, I know I'm not the only one, but I'm just sick of all this crap. I'm sick of hearing about this virus. I'm sick of hearing about this vaccine. I'm sick of hearing about these variants. I'm sick of hearing about these masks. I'm sick of hearing about these neo-Marxists that we got running the show. I'm sick of hearing about China. I'm sick of hearing about Taiwan. I'm sick of hearing about Russia. I'm sick of hearing about Microsoft. And I'm sick of hearing about emails and all this crap, because, it doesn't matter. It's too big now. It's just like a fire, You get a fire small enough, you can either take a hose and put it out or take a piece of rag and beat it out. But you know what? When the fire gets so big, the only thing you can do is just cut your perimeter and then just watch it burn whatever's inside of it. And I think that's just about where we're at. But I would like to make one little observation here, if you will accommodate me.
Lay it on us.
Okay. I was sitting there and I've been keeping track since midnight. Okay. And we've had 9 individuals chime in about this vaccine. Okay. One of those individuals explained why he wasn't going to take this vaccine. The rest of them sat up there and talked for a collective 30 to 35 minutes justifying why they did take the vaccine. And the ones that called in justifying why they did take it is telling the one guy that said he wasn't going to take it to shut the hell up. So, as far as I'm concerned, what's good for yon goose is good for yon gander. I don't give a damn why you took it. I don't give a damn why you didn't take it. So all of you shut the hell up, They would get up there. Well, I took it because so-and-so did, and the neighbor did, and this guy's got this problem, that guy's got that problem. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. And everybody else needs to just shut the hell up because we don't care. Well, you know what? I really don't give a damn why you took it either, So I tell you what, let's do us all a favor. Let's turn this back into what it used to be. Let's start talking about truck driving. So I'll just throw this little question out there. You remember years ago when we had mom and pop truck stops, they had little greasy spoon diners in most of them. And down there at the Derby City truck stop down there in Renfro Valley, Kentucky, they had the best damn hamburger steak money could buy. So these guys been out here a while. Remember them old greasy spoons? Let us know what your favorite one was and what your favorite thing was to eat when you got there. And then we can quit talking about all this damn nonsense that we can't control anyway. How's that?
All right. What shall I...
Keep it turned to spotted and solid, buddy, huh?
What shall I do to the next person that says COVID?
You still got that dynamite button? We need to download us another dynamite button.
I think maybe we need a nuclear explosion, right? All right, yeah, we'll take care of that. I got an email from a new listening friend after last night's call from the Moose. He said, "My name's Myron. I'm listening in Tacoma, Washington via YouTube. I've been listening for a few weeks. I really enjoyed the show. That caller named Big Moose reminds me of my father. You can tell there's a lot of living behind his words. Anyway, keep up the good work. Well, thank you for listening in there in Tacoma, Washington. Maybe give us a ring sometime. Say hello. Because, hell, it's only like, the midnight hour in Tacoma, Washington there. As we roll into a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden held an in-person cabinet meeting on Tuesday to mark his first 6 months in office. Speaking to reporters, he touted the results of his American Rescue Plan.
It's helped create 3 million jobs, more than any administration has done in the first 6 months of being in office. Again, thanks to all of you. And with our bipartisan infrastructure framework and our Build Back Better plan, I think we can turn this great movement into economic boom for some time to come.
And a major hospital system in Texas has reported their first confirmed case of the Lambda variant of the coronavirus. Houston Methodist Hospital says they've identified a patient with the strain first identified in Peru last August. That variant has spread to at least 29 other countries, mostly in South and Central America. So far, about 700 cases of the variant have been identified in the U.S. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A group of senators are making an effort to reassert Congress's powers to make war. Tim Berg explains.
A group of bipartisan senators want to redefine congressional war powers in an effort to restrict military commands from the president. Senators Bernie Sanders, Mike Lee, and Chris Murphy are introducing a bill that would require a president to seek congressional approval before committing military resources. Sanders saying it's time for Congress to reassert its constitutional right in matters of war and peace. Utah Republican Lee adding these reforms are long overdue and consistent with the Constitution. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Olympic action has gotten underway, even though the official opening of the Games isn't for a few more days. The softball tournament getting started Thursday in Fukushima, about 150 miles outside of Tokyo. The host nation and defending gold medalists Japan beating Australia 8-1 in the opening game. The first 2 days of the tournament are being played in Fukushima before Friday's opening ceremonies. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve.
The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The Senate will hold a procedural vote on Wednesday to decide whether to open up debate on a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announcing the vote Monday, even though there are still ongoing negotiations over what should be in the bill and how Congress will intend to pay for it. Senator Jerry Moran says that a final deal on the measure is possible, but the Kansas Republican tells Fox News that there will likely be no GOP support for a bill that's unfinished with no score from the CBO.
I guess the reality is there's not quite a plan yet for how it's going to be paid for, and that's the debate that's going on now. But Schumer, the majority leader, has indicated tomorrow's the day. I would predict, and certainly me, I'm not going to vote to proceed onto a bill that we don't have legislative text for. Until we have legislative text, there can't be a CBO score. And we need to see words on paper, and we need an agreement. We're not there yet, and I would guess that the the group of 11 Republicans, 11 Democrats will continue to negotiate even after tomorrow, but I don't know what Chuck Schumer's response to that's going to be. He may say, well, you had your chance and it didn't happen. I'd predict tomorrow that 50 Republicans vote no on a motion to proceed, not because we're uninterested in an infrastructure plan, but it's not being done the way it needs to be done. No certainty.
And private equity investor Tom Barrack was arrested Tuesday, charged with illegally lobbying former President Donald Trump on behalf of the United Arab Emirates. Barrack is the founder of the large private equity firm Colonial Capital and also served as chairman of President Trump's inaugural fund. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here, another hour. Again, we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. There you go. Midweek is upon us. Hey, when we wrapped things up this past morning, the Tuesday morning show, shared a link to a website that takes you to it's a compilation video of Democrats, one after another, going back several years ago, all of them touting their concerns about elections and voting machines. It's incredible to watch. I mean, across the board. Yeah, you had old pencil neck Adam Schiff. I can't remember all the names, but you need to check that out because it flies in the face of the absolute hypocrisy of the Democrat Party. In 2018, they're all concerned about the ability to hack into these voting machines. Voting machines that can be compromised, voting machines that can switch votes, and on and on and on. And now that Republicans are concerned about those exact same issues, they're fighting tooth and nail to prevent any investigation. There's no need to look at these machines. I bring that up because I came across yet another hypocrisy story of the Democrat Party. It just runs so deep. Democratic mayors in 20 of the nation's 25 biggest cities slashed police department budgets and position even as they spent millions of tax dollars on their own security details. 25 major U.S. cities officials have proposed cutting, or in 20 cases already have cut police budgets. However, when Open the Books auditors found that the mayors and city officials still enjoy personal protection of a dedicated police detail costing taxpayers millions of dollars. This is police protection for me, the political elite, but not for thee, the citizen. Now, this is a nonprofit that uses public right to know and freedom of information laws to maintain hundreds of publicly available databases on federal, state, and local spending with the goal of providing every dime online in real time. San Francisco, for example, the cost of the security detail protecting the mayor there, London Breed, and other city officials spiraled from $1.7 million in 2015 to $2.6 million last year. That same mayor, Breed, though, has proposed shifting $120 million from the city's police department to mental health and workforce training programs. They declined to say how many officers are assigned to the security details for the mayor and city officials. How about Chicago? Our good old friend, Mayor Lightfoot, claims to be opposed to defunding the police. But what they found was officials quietly abolished 400 police department positions last year. Even as the city's security detail peaked in 2020, up $700,000 over 5 years. $2.7 million spent on 16 officers in 2015, $2.9 million for 16 the following year, $2.7 million in 2017, and on up to $3.4 million for 22 officers last year, an all-time high. How about New York's mayor, Mayor de Blasio, who slashed $1 billion from the New York Police Department, the $6 billion annual budget, including $354 million transferred to mental health, homelessness, and education services. But the mayor, who briefly sought the Democratic presidential nomination last year, continues to enjoy tax-paid police protection for himself, his wife, and his son. They've not agreed to disclose the cost or the number of officers assigned to multiple de Blasio security details. One more here. Baltimore. Mayor Brandon Scott's administration spent $3.6 million on a security detail that included 14 officers to protect the chief executive, as well as state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, and the police commissioner, Michael Harrison. The Baltimore Police Department's budget, though, has been reduced by $22 million. Police protection for me, but not for thee. Sounds like par for the course with the Democrat. Would that be Heat Wave? What's happening?
Good morning, senor. Yes, it certainly is. Well, I know I'm going to be supporting California's Highway Patrol Fund here. I got one of them dragonfly trucks, dragging up one side and flying down the other. And all I can say is they got me. So I guess we'll put that prepaid legal service to good use here and see if my 15 years of driving without a ticket can afford me a something less than a speeding ticket here. Oh well, what can I say? 63.5 mile an hour on the straightaway, dragging up one side and flying down the other.
How much did they hit you up for? What's the cost?
They said next week, by next Friday, they ought to have it in the system, and then they'll tell me how much it's going to be. But like I said, I'm going to get my prepaid legal guys on it, let them haggle out the details, and hopefully I can get out paying not near as much as what it could be. I mean, he was nice. He gave me 5 miles off of what I did, because he asked me, and I says, I have no clue. All I know is it's going down the hill trying to get around this other driver. But yeah. So as soon as I find out, I'll send some dollar signs that away to you. We'll have a GoFundMe page.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I won't even say anything about the 91 day, what's it called? DVOC, 91 DVOC. I won't even say nothing about it. So we don't have to blow me up. Anyways, I got on a DC neighborhood page. I don't know how that happened. It's if I want to unsubscribe from it, I got to put my email in there in my password. And I said, well, hell, I didn't sign up for it. So, just unsubscribe me. But anyways, this old boy is complaining because he's got taxation without representation. I said, what are you talking about? He says, we're not a state and we're not being represented. I said, look, you have a mayor, you have a city council. And my understanding was when D.C., the District of Columbia, was presented to be the capital of our country, the government was going to be local and whatever Congress had deemed for D.C. Like, I guess the D.C. police is paid for by the Congress or whoever, I don't know. But it was my understanding that D.C. was supposed to be a neutral center. And, I kept telling this guy, you don't want to have a city where the Capitol building is in, where it's influenced heavily by one party or the other. That's why it was considered a neutral site when the founding fathers said, hey, we're going to need some land here to build up, a city for our capital. And he kept going on and on and on about how they needed representation. And I finally says, I've explained it to you. If you don't get it, I'm sorry. I don't live there, but I have been educated on the idea of the DC. And he says, well, explain it to me again. And I said, no, because it doesn't matter how many times I tell you, you just will not get it. So anyways, I put in a request for them to take me off of their mailing list, but good Lord. Listening to Biden touting his first 180 days in office about how he created 3.5 million jobs out there. If Minister is listening, maybe he can, well, he probably wouldn't either. But, if you have an abundance of jobs waiting for someone to fill them, you didn't create that. These jobs are already there. You were just paying people money to sit on their collective asses and wait until the last possible minute before you got them in, before they actually had to find a job.
And those 3 million jobs, though, we all know. I mean, how many millions were put out of work by the pandemic last year, especially early on? I mean, millions. Yes. The unemployment numbers were off the charts for a while. These are people just coming back to work now that the pandemic. Mickey Mouse could have been president, and those 3 million jobs would have come back. Really, the reason they came back is because Trump initiated Operation Warp Speed, and the vaccines were developed post haste, and that's why people are coming back to work.
Yes, and only a fool will believe that idiot up there created in air quotes jobs. Yeah, he's destroyed more good-paying jobs. But, all these jobs out here, as far as I can tell, are minimum wage jobs. Well, they were already there to begin with. Now we're just shoveling people in, and we're bribing them to go back to work by giving them $50 to come in just for an interview, by giving them a $10,000 sign-on bonus for actually coming in and doing the job. So, anyways, and to answer the joke's question last night about the lady whose husband had died and came up and she said, how do you spell Czechoslovakia? It is spelled Czechoslovakia. I get to go to heaven. Yoo-hoo! Senor, we're out of here. You have yourself a good night.
I'm guessing there might have been one other guy that could have spelled that correctly, and that's probably Chris Gabrelchik, because that's a good Czechoslovakian name, right?
That's right. Absolutely right.
Okay.
So
have a good morning there, Heatwave. Thanks for dialing us up. Not the best way to start the day, though. A little interaction with the California Highway Patrol. Here's your ticket, buddy. All right, looking at 20 past the hour. 844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, where do we leave off there? Other industry headlines. You see it out there every day. California Highway Patrol said a car driver's bad merge maneuver was to blame for a crash in Sacramento Monday morning. Yeah, the driver of a Chrysler 300 merging onto State Route 99 at an unsafe speed. Due to the unsafe speed, the Chrysler driver lost control, striking a semi-truck traveling in the slow lane, taking out the right front suspension of the big rig, causing it to veer off the right side of the road, taking out about 100 feet of guardrail before being wedged under the foreign road crossing. Yeah, luckily, neither driver was injured, but looking at photos from the scene, that could have been a much deadlier outcome in that crash there. Then it looks like Monday morning, about the noon hour, a young man successfully made an emergency plane landing without injury on a New Jersey highway near Steel Pier in Atlantic City. 18-year-old Landon Lucas was flying the small Banner plane when it began having engine trouble. Lucas reported the issue, released the Banner into the ocean, and was attempting to make it to the Ocean City Municipal Airport when he noticed a gap in traffic on westbound Route 52. He seized the gap and landed the plane on the roadway without incident. Matter of fact, the plane was not even damaged. One eyewitness said, "We were sitting at the window seat on the boardwalk. My husband looked up and said, 'Hey, that plane is in trouble.' It was low to the beach, traveling slow, the Banner hanging down. We rode up and couldn't believe what we were seeing. It's a really young pilot, and what an amazing job he did. It was incredible that he was able to pull this off. So hats off to the pilot at 18 years old. Well, there you go. Good job. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
Morning, bud. How you doing?
Hanging with them.
I'm glad your hammer's okay. I'm glad everybody's hammers out there is okay. Hey, I gotta appease Moose. Okay, so I got two places in Florida that were my favorites. First one was the restaurant that used to be at Holopal, and if anybody don't know where Holopal is, it's where 192 and 441 route up together. And the restaurant there, when you were a truck driver, you went in the kitchen and served yourself. You went back there and got your stuff. The only thing the waitress got you was your drink. The second place I used to go to was the Desert Inn. If y'all don't know where that's at, it's at Yeehaw Junction. And that's at Route 60 and 441, just off the Florida Turnpike. Sadly enough, and if you want to pull the article, Steve, go ahead. It's an article about it. In 2019, an orange juice truck ran into the building and took the building out. So service trucks for many years actually took care of ranchers around the area and ended up being taken out by a truck because some idiot didn't know what he was doing. I believe he was intoxicated or something. I don't know. Ran right in the building and took it off. So that's my two favorite places, Moose. Hey, Steve, you want to talk about Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, what do you think?
Okay, first off, folks, when you see a rocket go up and down, it ain't much. And if you want to know how serious it is where a rocket goes, look at the size of the damn windows in it. Okay? If you look at the SpaceX rocket that goes to the International Space Station, look how big the windows are in that rocket. Then you go and you look at Jeff Bezos' rocket and look how big the windows are in it. And also, you got to have the Chase Lounge right beside the window so the reporters can see you lounging around in your cowboy hat while you're waiting to get let out of your rocket. I don't think I'm a little upset about Jeff Bezos now, do you think, Steve? Huh? What do you think?
Okay. Well, I thought you were going to talk about the fact that he thanked all of his Amazon employees and customers for footing the bill.
Well, I appreciate Jeff Bezos for inventing stuff, and that rocket is a feat in itself on a small scale, and I'm saying a small scale. But when I saw what I saw yesterday, I mean, I thought the Branson thing was great. Don't get me wrong. But back in the day, they used to take people up in an old 707 and go and do all kinds of goofy maneuvers with it to get people weightless inside of it, which is kind of what Richard Branson did. The only difference is Richard Branson did it up a lot higher. But that show yesterday with Bezos was less than 30 minutes, and it was just a show. That's all it was a show. I appreciate they took the elderly lady up there. She should have went up years ago. Absolutely. If she trained for it, they should have put her up there. Don't get me wrong. But when I saw that show, and I almost slipped out and said what kind of show it is, and I'm not going to say that word, but that show was crazy stupid. Did you see those guys get out of them pickup trucks and go to service that capsule to get them out?
No, I did not.
See that, Steve?
I did not, no.
Okay, so when the space shuttle used to come in back in the day, they had a crew of about 30 guys that used to service it after it landed. Okay? It was 20 to 30 minutes before those people got out of that shuttle, if not an hour. It depended on how long it took to cool it off. Okay? These guys go up yesterday. They go straight up. They come straight down, and the thing hits the ground. You get two guys that pull up in pickup trucks, start pulling out tackle boxes with tools on it that didn't even know what's going on, running around like fools, putting a thumbs up in the window to make sure everybody's okay. I mean, it was just a show. I mean, it was, in my opinion, I think it was kind of belittling the space programs. Now, you know, Elon's got a flight that's a civilian crew that's going to be going up in just a couple of months. You know that, right?
Yes.
And nobody is trained, and nobody's trained on it. Nobody has went through the program for years to train for it. These people have went through their training within the last 2 years. You know, when you see guys go up in SpaceX, like the guy that just retired, the one astronaut that went on their first crewed mission, they train years and years to do that. It ain't like they just walk in there and get in the rocket and go.
Yeah.
But Elon Musk is actually going to have a crew that is totally civilian that's going to do a loop around, if not a couple of loops around. And they're not going to be flying the rocket. The rocket's going to be flying itself. Now, that's cool and amazing. But that stuff yesterday, that was just a total show. That's all I'm going to say it was. And it's just, it made me sick when I seen it. When I look and they show the camera footage, and here's Jeff Bezos leaning back in his seat, which looked like a big old chase lounge, looked like somebody had in front of the television at the house, and comes out with a cowboy hat on, gets in the thing with a cowboy hat on. I'm like, come on, man, what are y'all doing? Y'all just making a mockery of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, Steve?
So it wasn't really a space mission. Like it was, again, how did they, I guess, yeah, both of those missions, what's it, Branson's mission, are both just, what would you call them, pressurized plane, as far as that one was concerned. I guess Bezos just had more or less a pressurized rocket. Is that what it was?
It basically, Steve, in my opinion, and when I say this, you're going to laugh. You ever go to you come down here to Florida, you know, you go to Disney, you go to these places, you ride the Ferris wheel, and beside it's a little go-kart track, and you can go out there and get in the go-kart, you can go around and round and round, and it's like you don't really drive. You can hit the side and stuff.
Right,
you know, they got everything set up to where you're not going to really flip. That's exactly what that was yesterday. It was just a controlled amusement ride, in my opinion. That's my opinion of it. Seeing what they did. The thing that gets me is they call themselves astronauts. So if I go over the carbon line, I'm going to be an astronaut. All right, man. Let's go fly an SR-71. We'll go over the carbon line. No problem. But we're going to be in a pressure suit. We're going to be suited up in the right way. He didn't even have any kind of stuff on that would have, been a pressure suit, any kind of variant, anything that would have made it to where they would have been in a really serious situation. He had just his regular jumpsuit on, and that's it. That's all they had on. They didn't even have the pressure suit as far as the suit putting pressure on them that Branson and those guys did. So that's what I think of that Bezos thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant, and I know I'm a little bit over, but that's what I feel about Steve. So, but anyway, if any of you guys ever remember the Desert Inn, check it out. Check out the story on it, Steve. You'll be quite interested. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right. Good to have you with us there, Philip. Yeah, we get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the cause of more than 80% of new COVID cases in the U.S., according to new data from the CDC. The largest increases of cases coming in areas with lower rates of vaccination against the virus. Several recent polls show a steady amount of hesitancy to receive the vaccine, with many saying they've been unmoved by outreach efforts. Dr. Jessica Shepard is the chief medical officer at Verywell Health in Dallas and tells CBS News that breakthrough infections could be another source of hesitancy against the shot.
That's where we really need to create more of a message of people understanding the importance of vaccination, but also what comes with vaccination is that there is the possibility of getting reinfected, which is a very low rate, mild infection. And what we're seeing more is that we're having more severe outcomes of a variant that is much more infectious, much more deadly among unvaccinated persons.
This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I'm thinking that could be a pretty big story in the trucking industry. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration launching an investigation after multiple fleets reporting issues with air brake systems, which include vehicle fires. The National Highway Traffic Administration notice confirming, yes, an investigation is opened into Haldex Gold Seal, blah, 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 air brake chambers installed in model year 2015 to 2020 trucks after complaints of air loss resulting in multiple vehicle fires. An estimated 500,000 trucks could be affected, according to the NHTSA. They described the defect, the power spring fractures puncturing the diaphragm, causing air loss within the spring brake circuit, resulting in brake drag without sufficient warning to the driver. To date, 11 vehicle owners reporting failure of the Haldex brake chamber without discernible warning to the driver. In 7 of those cases, owners reported thermal events causing extensive fire damage to the vehicle, and in some cases the cargo as well. And at least one of the fires, a fire of investigation report, identified a wheel end fire as the origin. An analysis of other failed units found Haldex brake chamber diaphragms punctured by the power spring. So they have now learned multiple fleets are having issues with numerous vehicles. So that's got the Office of Defects Investigation stating that Haldex agreed to replace brake chambers on some of the vehicles in these fleets. This investigation could ultimately lead to a recall, which I'm guessing would be a pretty expensive recall if it's affecting that many trucks, 500,000 trucks. All right, responding to Big Moose. Dean says Manuel's on I-10 in Louisiana used to have the best Cajun gumbo. It's a Petro now. All right, Scotty's with us this morning. Time to get the overnight drive started here in the yard at Wichita. A short drive to Oklahoma City and back tonight. Norman had an interesting evening. Got about 20 miles from the yard. The clutch linkage broke. He said, lucky I'm able to shift without it. Made it back to the yard. Now I'm sitting at the kitchen table eating a blueberry muffin. Life is good. But I remember Boomtown at the state line on 80 in Nevada, the Nevada-California border. Yeah, the best buffet for drivers only. Actually had to show your medical card to get in. Yeah, another best stop was Pantyhose Junction, where 80 and I-5 met. Okay. Peppermill at Wendover, Utah was a must stop. Yeah, play Keno and pig out on the buffet. Okay. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls here. And yes, Eagle, take 2. Are you with us, Eagle? I think he might have dozed off. It's been a while since he's dozed off on us like that. All right, well, what do you say? Mike?
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Mike, what day is it?
Hump Day.
All across the country. Almost into the Pacific.
Now, when you dialed up the number, what did you say? Something about, did you say welfare ed, minister, and Mike?
Yeah, I didn't put the ed in. I just put welfare minister.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you.
Uh-huh.
I just messing. Just give you something to look at and get a snicker, I see if I can make you crack a smile there on the TV screen.
I like that.
I'm sure you look at it. And shake your head and say, "What the fuck?"
I did a double take when I first started. What the? Okay.
Anyways, as I say, I don't know. I figure you need some good entertainment sitting back there behind them computer screens all night, don't you?
Sure.
So I don't know. If you don't like it, say so. I won't do it no more. Whatever. So so anyways, I'm gonna hurt Knucklebuster's feelings. I think he's got this hero. I believe his name is Brady. Is it? The deserter from New England?
Tom Brady. Yeah, the GOAT.
So he spends a day with his team in our nation's capital there, Washington, D.C., which apparently has to have high protection for their high-end elites and not the rest of the people in the city. But did you happen to catch that Brady gave our fearless leader a uniform with his name on it?
I did not catch that, no.
Yeah, so anyways, Brady's one of these people that's against the vaccination. Did you know that Brady is against the vaccination? He's doesn't believe it.
I was not aware of that.
Which is everybody's right to choose.
Sure.
So anyways, one of the reporters asked our wonderful press secretary, what's her name? Circleback?
Yeah,
Saki
Circleback girl. Right, Circleback girl.
Yeah, so anyways, they asked her, said, well, wasn't the president worried being around these people that don't have vaccinations? And she said, well, no, there's no reason for him to be worried. He has the vaccination. He won't get the virus. Huh?
What? Wrong.
Oh, boy, I tell you. It's just entertaining to watch these. If there wasn't so much entertainment value out of these people being in office, I mean, I don't know any other reason to have them there. But I thought that was kind of interesting. And Jeff Bezos taking his little Top Shot rocket up into the supposed space. I mean, what the whole ride last? Was it like
11
10,
minutes?
12 minutes
11
all the way
minutes.
up?
Yeah. Very short.
And they apparently, because it's not NASA, they have their own mission control. So they were all trying to sound like NASA doing their mission control stuff. And I watched it. I mean, I was watching it more to see what was going to happen, and I didn't want to be one to miss something if something drastic happened, But I don't know. I wasn't real impressed with it, like Philip said, and even Branson's deal. I mean, that was a plane ride. It wasn't going in space. You want to do something to go into space to impress me? Go in space, circle around the Earth at least once or twice, and then come back, and then say you went to space and did something. But just to go for a little, heck, I can go up here to Hershey Park, and they got a tower ride there that takes you up and free falls you, I don't know how many hundreds of feet, all that. I think I get more entertainment ride out of that than going in Bezos' deal there. But I don't know. But it's good to hear always moving earlier there. I did catch that up there this morning, and Big Ed, he had a pretty good deal going on there. But as you and Ed were saying, the whole point of this whole thing is that we're all Americans, we're all United States citizens, and you're supposed to have the freedom of choice to make up your own mind to do what you think is the best for you and your family. And other people, if they disagree with it, that's fine, but they aren't supposed to tell you that you're less of a person or less of whatever because you aren't doing what they think you want them to do and they want you to do or whatever. I don't know. Pay attention to your own crap. Keep your nose out of my business, and we'll all be happy, right?
There you go.
So, I don't know. Anything else interesting? I heard Richard Petty call in this morning there, running that high-speed Yeller truck. Well, I tell you what, I didn't know he had it in him there. I guess possibly he could have gotten arrested coming to Cincinnati in his Camaro.
Oh, it was
running high speed.
It was only because he was going downhill.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, anyways, I guess with all that good nonsense and everything there, we'll catch you again a little later and see what's happening. I guess keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound. Isn't that what we were doing?
Something about 10.
Figure out what
10 till we do it again, right? Yeah, it's about 9 before the hour. And hey, I got to take care of the phone reset, which means y'all just got hung up on. For those that were holding. Lord, I apologize. We're up to that time, though, so we'll take care of that here. We'll come back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
First person to cross my mind when I saw this sign, somebody shared this past day. See who you think it is. Don't mess with me. I'm a wooden spoon, lead paint, no car seat, no bicycle helmet, pickup bed riding, garden hose drinking survivor. Who do you think done all those things? I thought Big Moose, right? Yeah, got whooped with a wooden spoon. Yeah, I chewed on some lead paint, right? Yeah, did we have car seats? I didn't have a bicycle helmet. I hit my noggin a time or two. Yes, we drank out of the garden hose. And here we are, survivors. Beverly, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well. Good to hear from you.
Yes, I just wanted to call and thank you for the coupon for the Hot Shot Secret. I received it. My husband was pleasantly surprised.
How about that?
And he placed his order, and we've already received the product.
They get it there pretty quick, don't they? I mean, it just takes typically a couple days.
Yes, so he hasn't had a chance to use them yet, but he's already a believer. He was very happy. And if I may, I'd like to share a few ways your show has impacted my life.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, first of all, many years ago, I had heard your dad state that he pays all of his bills and his purchases with a credit card. Okay? But the secret was to pay it off in full each month, and you would receive free money or free rewards.
Yeah.
So I have done that all these years, and I use that as my Christmas fund, and it makes your balancing your checkbook and your debit receipts. It makes it so much easier. And I use that. I receive about $700 to $900 worth each year for my Christmas fund.
Wow.
Yes. So that was a good tip.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I had heard you play President Trump's news bites before he was even running for president. And I was rather indifferent about him. You know, I knew who he was, of course, but I'd never watched his show. And when I heard you play these news bites, I said to my husband, "You're not going to believe this. He is so practical. He has so much common sense, and he shares a lot of our beliefs." Well, we have been loyal Trump supporters ever since, thanks to you.
That's pretty cool.
Are you still there?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's good. Yes. And one more thing. My husband and I are lifelong Vermonters, and I heard you tell us about the smuggler's notch with the trucks getting stuck.
Yeah.
So I have been the night driver for 20 years. I have missed all the foliage. So in peak foliage, this fall, my husband and I are going on the Killington gondola, which we've never done, and we are taking a road trip up to that smuggler's notch, and we're going to drive that road. And let's just hope there's no truck stuck.
Yeah, so you're just going to, so you can see all the beautiful fall foliage.
Yes. Yes. I have missed it all these years because of driving night and, you know, being on the road, of course. But Vermont really is a beautiful place to live.
All right, but it gets awful cold there in the winter, don't it?
Yeah, but that's okay. You can stay warm.
Okay. The older I get, the less a fan of the cold weather I am. I remember as a kid when you'd get out there and play in the snow for hours. I mean, your hands would damn near have frostbite. Your teeth would be chattering, but you didn't want to go in. You wanted to play. I don't like playing in the snow anymore.
Right. Well, I don't so much, but my husband has a snowmobile, a four-wheeler. He loves to ice fish, so he definitely enjoys it.
Well, that's the place to be for him then.
I just wanted to thank you for everything, and you're fantastic. I love listening to the show, and in our career, we have driven all the way across Canada. We have driven in all the lower 48, and I just love hearing from all your drivers from all the different locations because it will bring back memories and a visual of where they're from. So keep up the good work, Steve. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a part of the program. Thanks for listening and helping to spread the word. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Beverly. Yeah, one of these days you can let us know what kind of a difference the Hot Shot Secret products made. Because they do. Saw a post, I had it before me. I think I moved on since then. Yeah, Kyle had a guy that made a post this past. It looks like he had received his oil sample shipping label and whatnot to send in to Hot Shot Secret so they can do take a look at the oil analysis, I guess they call it. He said something about, I was talking to my guy at Hot Shot Secret, that's Kyle, and he said he was awfully confident that the Hot Shot Secret 15W40 can go much further than the other brands without breaking down. He said, all right, time to put it to the test. In other words, he's going to send in some oil samples and see if things are breaking down yet compared, I guess, to what he used to run. And Kyle responded, challenge accepted. All right, the challenge is on. But there you go. We got our final hour coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the cause of more than 80% of new COVID cases in the U.S., according to new data from the CDC. The largest increases of cases coming in areas with lower rates of vaccination against the virus. Several recent polls show a steady amount of hesitancy to receive the vaccine, with many saying they've been unmoved by outreach efforts. Dr. Jessica Shepard is the chief medical officer at Verywell Health in Dallas and tells CBS News that breakthrough infections could be another source of hesitancy against the shot.
That's where we really need to create more of a message of people understanding the importance of vaccination, but also what comes with vaccination is that there is the possibility of getting reinfected, which is a very low rate, mild infection. And what we're seeing more is that we're having more severe outcomes of a variant that is much more infectious, much more deadly among unvaccinated persons.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Medical bills were a bigger worry for more Americans during the pandemic. Tim Berg explains.
A new survey finds that more Americans struggle to pay their medical bills during the coronavirus pandemic. The reasons include being infected with COVID-19, losing income, or losing employer health insurance coverage. The survey conducted by the Commonwealth Fund shows that more than a third of insured adults and half of those without insurance said they had an issue paying a medical bill. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a congressman, a White House official, and several congressional staffers have tested positive for COVID-19. The attending physician for Congress said Florida Republican Congressman Vern Buchanan and the staffers were all fully vaccinated. The White House official and an aide to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi were reportedly exposed during a meeting with members of the Texas State House Democratic delegation. At least 5 members of that group have tested positive during their time in D.C., trying to avoid a vote on a controversial election reform bill. This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and a crew of 3 others blasted into suborbital space Tuesday morning as the first mission of Bezos' Blue Origin was a success. 82-year-old Wally Funk became the oldest person in space with her participation in the flight. The mission comes days after fellow billionaire Richard Branson rode one of his Virgin Galactic rockets into suborbital space. Former NASA flight director Jerry Griffin says the possibilities being advanced are exciting. He tells Fox News that he can't wait to see what comes next in space tourism.
We also have 3 companies now that have stepped up and put their own blood in the game and skin in the game, and they're making it happen. And I think that's wonderful. I think we're going to see even greater advances now by these companies. For at least 2 of them are going on to launch into orbit, not too far away from the Cape, and I think it's exciting. I think it's time to say well done to all of them, and look forward to what they're going to do next.
An English Premier League soccer club, Arsenal, has canceled a preseason tour of the United States after a small number of their traveling party tested positive for COVID. They were set to participate in the Florida Cup in Orlando with fellow Premier League side Everton, Italian champions Inter Milan, and Colombian club Millonarios. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, final hour, off and rolling here. Hump day, here it is. Good to have you with us. So I guess the whole standoff with the Texas Democrats continues, and Republicans in Texas trying to make it harder to cheat. That's all they're trying to do. They're not trying to make it harder to vote. Despite the Democrats trying to spin the whole narrative, trying to say the election integrity is actually voter suppression. Texas Attorney General spoke out this past day, said back not that long ago, you had to vote on one day, you know? Yeah, that was your day. Now we've got 2 weeks of early voting in Texas. And now they're saying, well, that's not enough. Yeah, you ought to be able to vote by mail whenever you want to. You ought to be able to harvest votes. There should be no limitations on access. The problem with that is, if we do it that way, we don't know if the right person's voting. So they're willing to trade off saying, we don't care if we don't know who's voting as long as somebody can vote whenever they want to vote. That's the access they want. No, you have to have limitations so we know the right people are voting. Now, he added that the 2 weeks of early voting is still that's pretty lenient. Among the election reform measures that are awaiting the vote, which inspired the Democrats to leave the state and head to D.C., requiring voter ID for mail-in voting. Yeah, not ending or limiting voting by mail, but making it transparent to root out illegal voters. Banning mass mailing mail-in ballots to anyone in the state and making it a requirement for a voter to request a mail-in ballot so that their vote may not be stolen or their ballot may not be filled out for them. Banning drive-through voting, which was used last year amid the COVID pandemic and used without having been passed in the state, for that matter. And they're looking to ban 24-hour voting, which was also used last year without even being passed by the state. 24-hour voting, okay. Let's get back to the calls here. What's going on with Pup? Hello, Pup, how we been?
Hey, good, Steve. How are you this morning?
Doing well.
Good deal. Hey, over the years, I was wondering if Big Moose had ever met John Cheeseman in person. That's the guy that gave me my chance at driving 30-some years ago. He's a heck of a good old guy, and kind of reminds me of Moose. But I put together a small list. It's kind of fun going through this for Moose. I don't know if he's ever down on 35, but down there at Fraser's Bottom, they had good peach cobbler. And then out there at the Shell station in Milton, Pennsylvania, they had good food, and they always used to fuel your truck, clean your windows for you. And then when 30 was a 2-lane, there was a place called Karen's. They had good food. And Jenny's Cafe up in Bryant, Indiana, off Highway 27. That's only 6 miles from my house. They got good food. And then the Pine Cone Restaurant, I think it was out there at the 201 in Iowa, and up there in Madison, Wisconsin. They were always good. And then the Wagon Wheel out in Needles. I don't know if guy that's out west all the time. I figured he probably ate there.
Heat Wave?
And then, yes, Heat Wave, thank you. And then down in Sylvania, Georgia, there was a place, not Savannah, but Sylvania, that had a tree that actually grew inside their restaurant. They had the best dang lemon meringue pie you ever did have. And then the Unical 76 in Corbin, Kentucky. So, but them's a few that I put together for him. He's right. We're getting way too serious on this other crap. So, but that's about all I had for you. I was just kind of curious if Big Moose ever ran across John Cheeseman there and got a chance to meet him. And I'm up through Troy, Ohio all the time. If I could get a hold of him on the CB, I'd buy him a cup of coffee. All right, Steve, you have a good evening.
Thanks.
Or morning, I guess.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you much, pup. You do the same. I got an email from Santa Claus. They got a brake check westbound on Donner Summit, I-80 there. He said the highway patrols had it posted for the longest time that all trucks must stop at the brake check near Nyack, Blue Canyon, California. Well, now the highway patrol is enforcing this rule for all trucks, loaded or empty, due to the amount of trucks with hot brakes that are causing fires down the hill. They actually have a bird in the air from time to time, patrol cars in the medium watching. Yeah, the fine is equivalent to blowing a scale house. I emailed you a highway patrol link about 10 minutes ago. Okay, so yeah, I see there it is, I-80. All westbound trucks required to stop at the brake check area, half-mile west of Nyack, Placer, Colorado, to reduce the risk of brake fires. Yeah, posted this morning. All right, hey, there's Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. Thanks for sharing all the dirt late model racing going on over the next 11 days. 11 races in 16 days. That's pretty cool. Sounds similar to the previous year's called the Hell Tour. Great short track racing. As far as the launch yesterday, I believe I've told you in the past, my deceased father worked directly with most of the Gemini and Apollo astronauts. In fact, my father trained Neil and Buzz and Collins on simulators to dock the command module and the lunar module for the Apollo 11 moon on moon mission 52 years ago. I'd also like to take your listeners back to the X-15 and the SR-71 Blackbird spy plane days. Yeah, both of which will travel into space and return to Earth. Kind of agree with Philip and your other listeners. Yesterday's launch was more of an amusement ride. Yeah, the spacecraft or rocket looked like a black and white Flash. Flash Gordon, the TV shows, okay? Just a billionaire's joyride, right? Good to have you with us there, Wheelchair Dave. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. You got a really good show going on tonight. And I emailed you a picture of the moon set over there in Owensboro, and it was looking awfully pink and going into a red as it was coming down. And it only set just a couple of minutes after I took that picture I sent you.
I know we've got trees, on the outside the bunkers, so I can't see it all the way to sunset. But yeah, I saw that picture. It really did look pink, huh? Yeah,
and then it just I just caught it just right because if it was a couple of degrees over either which way, I would have not been able to catch it because of the trees over there.
Yeah.
But with some of the truck stops that you're talking about, North 40 over there in Tennessee, and that's 641 and 40. I can't remember the exits to save my life right now, but it's got some really good food over there. And there's one over there on Pennsylvania on 78. Became a Flying J, and it had an awesome restaurant there at one time. It had some really good bean soup.
Good deal. Some good stuff. There's some of those mom and pop places. They got the best food on the highway, right?
Oh, definitely. But unfortunately, they're becoming fewer and far between with these big chain stores and big truck stops all taking over.
Yep. Well, it's good to hear from you this morning, Eskimo Mom. I see you posted that photo on your Facebook page, too, and you kind of linked it to the Overnight Drive Outcast page there.
Yep, I wanted to make sure that people knew what I was talking about, and in case they missed it. But even over there at Owensboro, I couldn't really see. There's not really a lot of stars, because they still got some of the haze over there as well. But haze is not as bad as it is over in our neck of the woods.
Yep.
And by the way, Big Moose, we need to link up sometimes because I go through Troy twice a night because I live halfway between, or because Troy's halfway in between from where I live and where I work and the terminal I work out of. So that's all my baloney for tonight.
Okay, well, good to hear from you, Eskimo Mom. Have a great morning. Now, what are we looking at? It's 844-3388. Final hour off and rolling. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So over in New Jersey, apparently there's a woman that's not much of a fan of Joe Biden. You know what I mean? Like millions of others. She got a bunch of signs posted out in her yard. Well, I guess like some billboards, some flags. Yeah, some of which have some profanities. She is now facing daily fines if she refuses to remove the signs that are critical of Joe Biden. She lives in Roselle Park, New Jersey. She's got these anti-Biden flags containing some profane words on her fence. Yeah, the sign, she said, belongs to her daughter. During a virtual hearing, the county judge ordered her to remove the flags within a week or be subject to $250 fine per day. She was given 20 days to appeal the decision. The flags can include phrases such as F Biden, Joe Biden sucks, socialism sucks, Biden blows. She's got her don't blame me, I voted for Trump sign. 3 signs, including the F word. The judge says the decision has nothing to do with politics. In this, it is a case pure and simple about language. This ordinance does not restrict political speech. Neither this town or its laws may abridge or eliminate her freedom of speech. However, freedom of speech is not simply an absolute right. It is clear from state law and statutes that we cannot simply put up the umbrella of the First Amendment and say everything and anything is protected speech. There is a borough code enforcement officer last month that issued a violation notice on her home pertaining to an ordinance forbidding any obscene material, communication, or performance or other article or item which is obscene within the borough. Gave her a court summons for a few days later after the signs were not removed. The mayor also called to explain why the signs need to come down. It's been brought to our attention, less because of the political aspect of it, but out of the vulgarity of it. The real problem is, from a neighbor's perspective, it's a block away from an elementary school. It's a high visibility area for children. Most of the ire is coming from local parents. She refused to remove the signs. First Amendment protections. Her attorney argues by saying the judge is akin to censorship. I am a firm believer in the First Amendment. According to her lawyer, I may not believe in what you're saying, but I absolutely believe you have the right to say it. That's what our country's about. He uses that word democracy. If you tell people they cannot say something, that they cannot print something, that they cannot put a sign up, we are going into censorship. It's Nazi Germany. When Hitler didn't like something, they burned the books, and then they burned the people. I don't think we want that in Roselle Park. The lawyer argues that standards for obscenity have changed over the years and that the F word is no longer a sexual connotation in society. And simply it's a colloquialism. Okay, there you go. F Biden. Biden sucks. Let's get back to the calls here. What's happening with Steve this morning? How you been?
Steve, good morning.
Morning.
So you get a kick out of that. Oh, goodness gracious. We're living in insanity, Steve.
Yeah.
Hey, good show tonight. A lot of good comments. So last night I was going to call you, Steve, talk about the vaccine, but I won't do that tonight. Last night was rainy night in Georgia, I got to say. I had to go down to Atlanta, and it was pretty dicey down there.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy rain. So roads were pretty bad.
Yeah.
Some spots. I did hear one of the callers call in. I forgot who the guy was. He was down that way and heading north. He had mentioned he had just come around a circle, and that's where I was, and had a 500-mile circle going around Atlanta. But Steve, we got these new handhelds. Our company just got for the e-logs instead of having the computer in the truck. I don't know if any drivers have looked into this. They've got like a phone charger, and it's not much bigger than an iPhone, a little thicker, but they are so sweet and so fast. You can really zip through your, putting in your trailers and stuff like that, and your manifest numbers and dispatch on it. It's such a breeze to use. You do all your pre-trip inspections and stuff, and it's got a little button on there. You push, and you can see your hours of service. So how much longer you got? It's really a neat little handheld. We'll see how they hold up, but it's made by a company called Zebra. So, but yeah, if anybody's interested in that. But as a fleet, I think we've got about, 8,000 trucks nationwide. So they just spent a crap load of money on that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Instead of giving it to the drivers. Yeah. I mean, the computers we had in the truck weren't bad, but they were just slow. This thing here is really fast. It's all Wi-Fi and satellite. So even if you're in a bad area, you still are able to use the GPS on it and so forth. So it's a pretty good tool. I'll tell you, Steve, I don't blame Big Moose for reacting like that, because this is what we've become. We're just so sick and tired of hearing, the lies and not being able to find out about the truth about anything. Whether it be about Trump or the vaccine or whatever. I mean, this has been going on. This is to me, Steve, and I grew up in the '60s. That was a very big time of unrest. One of the most turbulent times in the country. When they were having all the Vietnam protests, RFK got assassinated, Martin Luther King Jr. That was probably one of the worst times in America. But I think this beats it now, Steve. I really do. This country's so divided. Everything's shoved in our face. It's just you can't decide on one thing or another, because you got with this instantaneous world we live in with Twitter and Facebook and the internet. It's just crazy the amount of information that we have to try and soak up and sift through to find out if it's true or not. So I think that's really got a lot to do with it. Just listening to some of your news clips tonight, it really burns my ass, this Biden. I mean, he just constantly lies and lies and lies. He talked about in his cabinet meeting yesterday how he's got tax cuts for Americans, how he's lowered health costs, with the vaccine. Steve, I haven't seen any of that. Have you?
Can't say that I have. Nope.
No. I mean, Steve, did he talk about the massive inflation that's happening? The price of gasoline?
Don't think he mentioned
Speaking
that.
of which, hello?
Those are the kind of things we don't want to talk about, though. You don't want to talk about inflation. Let's just talk about the jobs. I love the way he says the jobs that he has created.
Yeah, Steve, I mean, when you talked about it earlier, when the pandemic hit, millions of people, mostly in the hospitality industry, were put out of work. And those are the jobs right now they're trying to fill. That's probably the 9 million jobs that are open. Like I think it was Heatwave said, they're all minimum wage jobs, And if people can sit home on their ass and get paid, why would they go work at McDonald's? I mean, it's just, and the other thing that really bugs me, Steve, did you hear what the Spoke City had said on Monday at her idiotic news conference on if Donald Trump, was embraced and credited with anything to do with the vaccine? If the administration embraced that, do you think that more people would get vaccinated? Because a lot of these people that aren't getting vaccinated are Trump supporters. And her answer to that was, do you have any data supporting that? That was her answer.
Huh.
Steve, all they've done is bash this man, you know? So who would trust it? Because here's the hypocrisy about it. This government is so corrupt. Do you remember a year ago, Steve, when all these Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all of them were talking about, if this vaccine is made when Trump's in office, I'm not taking it.
Right.
I don't trust it. I'm not going to do it. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Now what are they touting, Steve? They're touting, you got to get the vaccine. This vaccine's safe. This vaccine's effective. You know, if you don't get the vaccine, you're going to get the Delta variant. Now it's total opposite. I mean, it's just so hypocritical. That's why people are like they are. You know, they're frustrated. They're upset. It's just absolutely, we are living in insanity right now with this party. And I don't know. I've heard people say it before, Steve. We are staring into the abyss. We really are. Because I really believe that this is a big, big distraction. All this crap that they put out on a daily basis for us to soak up is just a big distraction of what's really going to happen. I firmly believe that. I think they're trying to distract us on purpose. You know, we shouldn't be talking about a vaccine. You know? I mean, Steve, do you know that guy Monty that calls in, right? He's very informative and educated on these different bills.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about that bill going through. I think it's the resolution. They used the Resolution Act to push it through. I'd like him to check into this if he's listening. I heard from one of our very, very good news sources that they are trying to push that voting H.R. 1 and amnesty
Yes.
for over 30 million illegals. They are trying to hide it in that bill.
Yep.
Did you hear that? I'd like him to. I'd like him to look into that because Steve, I hope these senators are paying attention in Washington. I really hope they're really paying attention because if they don't stop this, Moose is right. We're done. We are done.
Last circle around the bowl before we go under, right? Yeah. As far as the amnesty, that is correct. I'm looking at the story here. South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham said a couple days ago that including amnesty for illegal immigrants in the infrastructure bill is, quote, the dumbest idea in the history of the Senate. If you give one person legal status, you are going to see a run on our border like you've never seen before. The dumbest idea in the history of the Senate. You will see the breakdown of law and order beyond anything we're looking at today. This $3.5 trillion Democrat infrastructure package has not got a damn thing to do with infrastructure. They're wanting to put amnesty in the infrastructure bill. You can't make this stuff up. And he's been down to the border to see what's going on. All right, with that, we got to get our news break. Right back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus is now the cause of more than 80% of new COVID cases in the U.S., according to new data from the CDC. The largest increases of cases coming in areas with lower rates of vaccination against the virus. Several recent polls show a steady amount of hesitancy to receive the vaccine, with many saying they've been unmoved by outreach efforts. Dr. Jessica Shepard is the chief medical officer at Verywell Health in Dallas and tells CBS News that breakthrough infections could be another source of hesitancy against the shot.
That's where we really need to create more of a message of people understanding the importance of vaccination, but also what comes with vaccination is that there is the possibility of getting reinfected, which is a very low rate, mild infection. And what we're seeing more is that we're having more severe outcomes of a variant that is much more infectious, much more deadly among unvaccinated persons.
This is USA Radio News.
Dish TV is better than cable TV. Why? Because you can save 45% on packages compared to your high-priced cable bill. Wow. Take those giant scissors out and cut the cable. and save with Dish TV. Plus, you get a free DVR upgrade to record your favorite shows and free installation. And with Dish Anywhere, you can watch TV for free on your mobile device. Act fast. You can save hundreds of dollars. Does your cable company do that for you? I don't think so. Get all the best TV programming at your fingertips at a fraction of the price of cable TV. So say adios, arrivederci, goodbye to the high cable bill and save up to 45% on Dish TV packages today. These are limited time offers and can change at any time. Call fast. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's not all Lindsey Graham had. I was looking at the rest of the story, so wow, he's pretty adamant about this. Talking about putting amnesty in an infrastructure bill. Yeah, the Democrats they're pretending nothing's wrong. God bless the Border Patrol. God bless the customs agents who are dealing with the Biden administration shish kebab show at the border, he says. He used the real word. I'm going down there with 18 senators this Friday, and if I'm denied the ability to look into any place I want to go, We're going to shut the Senate down. Where are all the liberal hypocrites? Where's AOC? Where's Elizabeth Warren? Where's Vice President Harris, who's basically protested outside a facility in Homestead, Florida during the Trump years? So here's my message. President Biden, Vice President Harris, with all due respect, get off your ass and go to the border. Look and see what you have caused by policies that will not work. Quit denying the obvious. This is not a crisis. This is beyond a crisis. This is a national security disaster in the making. We just got the figures for the month of June. More than 188,000 illegals. We've exceeded more than 1 million already. Yeah, we're talking more than double the number for the entirety of last year. Yes, they have created the proverbial shish kebab show on the border. Gilligan.
Yes, how about trying to think things on a lighter note, a happy note? We've been arguing politics, seems like all morning and stuff, all this about the vaccine and stuff. I think Big Moose hit the nail on the head. Did you happen to read that story I sent you about the police officer at pulling the boy over coming back from an interview without any brake lights? Did you read that?
I don't think I saw that one.
Well, I'll try to cover as best I can. This young man was coming back from an interview, and he said in the story that he was Native American, his friend was black. Not that that really matters, but some people it does. This police officer pulls him over, says his brake lights are out, and the boy just gets a sigh, and he's reaching for his information, you know. He said, he says, I've been trying, he says there's a short in the wiring, and the shop wants $600 to fix, just to hook it up so they can fix it to the machine. Well, the officer asked him to pop his trunk, and the officer checks under the hood, the fuse box, the dash and everything, and fixes his short in his wiring that keeps blowing his taillights out. These are the kind of stories that need to come out about these police officers. You know, the overwhelming majority of them, like I've said before, I say less than 1% of them are the bad officers. You know, these are the kind of things these officers do every day. And I, for one, and many others like me, appreciate it. You know, my daughter actually is in college studying criminal law and plans on becoming a police officer. I wish she would find another field of work, but I support her in her efforts. Big Moose was talking about the old truck stops and some of the old places, you know, have closed down over the years. Well, I got 3 in particular I'd like to mention. Most of it over here on I-81. Some people may remember a place called White's Truck Stop. I'm sure most do, because it ain't been that long ago the Whites come down and the Petro come up. Down here in Ravine, Virginia, 205 on 81. Another one's a place called Midway Diner up on 78 in Pennsylvania. Now, Midway Diner, if I'm not mistaken, opened in 1950. Unfortunately, about 15 years ago, it got sold out. New owners took over, and I'm sorry to say the quality of the food went down, the portions went down, and the only thing that went up was the prices. Now, the last one of mine that I'm sure the people that run this road have heard of is in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, up here on 81, called Pharaoh's Truck Stop. The food was good, the prices was good, and to give you an idea of what the scenery was like, literally, it was the nickname of the restaurant was Miniskirt Junction.
Huh.
So that's not a bad thing. Well, I'd like to leave you with money. I hope you don't mind. This old truck driver, he died, got to heaven, St. Peter's sitting there. He says, yeah, come on in, driver, come on in. Says, you gave your life to save that bunch of kids, you know, it's Phantom 309 story. He says, you're more than welcome in heaven. And the driver says, well, what do I do up here? He says, well, if you want, you can go back to driving the truck. He says, go down this road here, there's every kind of truck ever made. Just get out and pick you one out. So he looked down, got this big fancy Peterbilt. Says, we'll go over there and get you a trailer. He says, when I get down there at the truck stop, I'll let you know when I got you a load. He's down there with some old friends, you know, eating and shooting the bull, drinking coffee. After a couple of days, he said, well, I ought to go back up and see what's going on. I ain't got a load yet. So he goes back up to the pearly gates, looks at St. Peter. He says, I've been down here at the truck stop 3 days. You haven't got me a load yet? He says, well, we got a problem there. We haven't been able to get any dispatchers in up here. Well, that's all I got for tonight, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Gilligan. All right. Got to get a dispatcher. All right. This past day, Department of Homeland Security issued a new cybersecurity requirement for fuel pipeline operators and owners and operators, rather, in response to the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline. The statement, Homeland Security announcing the issue of a security directive that requires owners and operators of TSA-designated critical pipelines that transport hazardous liquids and natural gas to implement a number of urgently needed protections against cyber intrusion. The attention on the pipeline, cybersecurity measures, of course, obviously after the ransomware attack that shut down the Colonial for days. We saw the gas shortages throughout the Southeast. Secretary of Homeland Security said the lives and livelihoods of the American people depend on our collective ability to protect our nation's critical infrastructure from what is evolving threats. Through this directive, we can better ensure the pipeline sector takes the steps necessary to safeguard their operations from rising cyber threats. Public-private partnerships are critical to the security of every community in the country. We're going to work closely with the private sector partners to support their operations and increase cybersecurity resilience. And what do they mean? They issued another directive to pipeline owners and operators back in May, requiring that they report confirmed or suspected cyber attacks to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Adding to concerns about the fuel supply chain is a reported shortage of tanker truck drivers, which has resulted in intermittent dry gas stations in several states. Late spring into early summer, many of these drivers lost their jobs last year at the beginning of the pandemic. These drivers took their skills to shipping services like Amazon. They took to delivering household goods like toilet paper, which was in high demand. Now that the gas demand is back, the driver shortage is causing some supply chain issues. AAA Colorado said several stations in Pueblo, Cannon City, Denver, and Colorado Springs actually ran dry a few weeks ago. All right, with that final timeout, we'll come back, head down the home stretch here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know. Anybody excited about the Olympics? Yeah, for the I'd probably, as far as I'm concerned, probably for the first time ever. I'm not at all excited about the Olympic Games. Yeah, typically, I mean, I really do like the Winter Games much more than the Summer Games, but not real juiced about the Olympics. I paid zero attention to it. I couldn't name you a single athlete that's going to be competing. And will the games even take place? That is still a question that's in the air. The games could still be called off. According to the Tokyo chief this past day, COVID cases continue to rise in a city where the Olympics are taking place. They're prepared to discuss a last-minute cancellation. Says here, the first events of the games were taking place overnight. So they're actually underway, is that? He said, we cannot predict what will happen with the number of cases, so we'll have to continue discussions if there is a spike. We've agreed that based on the situation, we will convene 5-party talks again. At this point, COVID cases may rise or fall, so we think about what we should do when the situation arises. Fear that the games may not be able to take place. Okay. I guess they've got some water issues. They've got an issue with elevated levels of potentially deadly E. coli bacterium in the Tokyo Bay waters, where they're supposed to host the triathlon and open water swimming events. That wouldn't be good. Residents complaining about the sewage smell with heavy rain forecast for next week, and that could put further sewage into the bay. All right, that's on or off, so I don't even know what the schedule is. But hey, real quick, back to the calls. Would that be Vic?
Who?
Well, it says Vic.
It's not big.
It's obviously
Big
big.
Sexy.
It's Big Sexy. Well, sure, I recognize the voice, but this little thing says Vic, V-I-C.
I've been having withdrawals. Last time I heard your show was Friday morning. My vehicle's been down, and I've had to ride with somebody from the paper, and they control the radio, so I haven't heard you all week. First night I've heard you. I'll have to go back and listen to the podcast and see what that story was that Big Moose called in about. Somebody said something about him in a vehicle or whatever. I'll have to go back and listen to that.
Yep.
I'm going to change the subject a little bit.
Did you watch that SRX Saturday night?
I did not catch it. I guess the whole damn season's over now, but I did get a message from Wheelchair Dave that Chase Elliott won and Bill Elliott was third.
Yeah, Chase won the race. Bill finished third. Bill actually won one of the segments. Tony Stewart won the championship for the whole, the season.
Yeah.
They were all three on the podium. Yeah, that was pretty good. I didn't know if you got a chance to watch it or not. I didn't know if you had big DVR where you could have recorded it and watched it later or whatever. But that's one thing I wanted to mention. I'm not going to get on that vaccine subject. I'm going to stay off of it. But I just wanted to call in because, I missed this show this week.
Well, you've missed a couple of good shows. We've had a good week so far.
Well, I'll go back and listen to the podcast. I run on Saturday, so you're not on Saturday, so I'll listen to one of them on Saturday. That'll give me something to listen to because you're not on.
Right.
But I'll get off here and let somebody else get on, and I just wanted to touch back in with you because I missed the first couple nights.
Just checking in. All right. Well, have a great hump day. Good to have you with us there, Big Sexy. All right. We don't have a lot of time left. Final story of the morning will be, that's a big rut row. I kind of remember when this initially took place at the California Cupper that they were having a gender reveal party last year, which ultimately set off a wildfire. That couple has now been charged with involuntary manslaughter. Yeah, there was a firefighter that died trying to put that blaze out. District attorney announcing this past day, the couple has pleaded not guilty. The Hill reports the fire started September 5th last year. Gender reveal party at the foot of the San Bernardino Mountains. Some sort of, a smoke bomb kind of thing. A smoke-generating device set the surrounding dry grass ablaze. They tried to extinguish the fire with water bottles and things like that, but the strong winds then kicked up so quick that the fire spread through the national forest east of the Los Angeles area. Charles Morton, the firefighter that was killed on the 17th, fighting that fire, was the leader of the Big Bear Interagency Hotshot Squad. Yeah, killed when fire spread to areas where the firefighters were cutting fire breaks or gaps in vegetation to try and slow the spread of the flames. So now they face one felony count of involuntary manslaughter, 3 felony counts of recklessly causing a fire with great bodily injury, 4 counts of recklessly causing a fire to inhabited structures, 22 misdemeanor counts of recklessly causing fire to property. Wow. All those charges, it was a gender reveal party, something as simple as that, but that I'm sure that could lead to a lot of time behind bars. Close it out here on a Wednesday morning. Midweek, enjoy your day. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Trust you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.